Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and
witam
gentlemen,
najserdeczniej. Proszę o powstanie.
welcome. Please, everybody rise.
No, ale... A więc jeszcze raz, szanowni i drodzy Państwo,
So once again, ladies and gentlemen,
150 lat to piękna
150
rocznica,
years
doskonała
is a
okazja
beautiful
do
anniversary,
świętowania.
an excellent
Chcielibyśmy
occasion
przy
to
tym, żeby
celebrate.
to było nie
We
tylko
would
święto
like it to be
Polskiej
not
Akademii
only a
Umiejętności,
celebration of the
ale
Polish
także
Academy of
święto
Arts and
nauki i
Sciences,
kultury
but also
Krakowa,
a celebration
święto
of
całej
science
nauki
and
polskiej.
culture in Krakow, a celebration of
Taka
all
rocznica
Polish
skłania
science.
jednak także
Such an
do głębszej
anniversary,
refleksji,
however, also
organizując
encourages
jubileusz
deeper
Polskiej
reflection, and in
Akademii
organizing the
Umiejętności
Jubilee of the
postawiliśmy na
Polish
to drugie.
Academy of Arts and
Ale
Sciences,
zanim rozwinę
we
tę myśl,
opted for the
chciałbym
latter.
powitać
But before I
wszystkich
expand on this
szacownych
thought, I would
jakże
like to
miłych
welcome
gości i
all our
przyjaciół.
esteemed and
Oczywiście
much
w
loved
wyborze
guests
takim,
and
jakim
friends.
mogę to zrobić.
Well, there are
Jest
many
ich
of them, so I
bardzo
take
wielu,
the
dlatego
liberty
pozwolę
of
sobie w miarę
synthesizing the
możliwości syntetyzować
greetings
powitania
as far
i
as
jednocześnie
possible,
prosić
and
Państwa
at the same time
o oklaski
ask for
dopiero
your
po
applause
przedstawieniu
only
całej listy.
after the whole
A więc
list has been
witam
presented.
pana ministra
I therefore
Wojciecha
welcome
Kolarskiego,
Minister
który
Wojciech
reprezentuje
Kolarski,
pana
who
prezydenta
represents the President of the
Rzeczypospolitej.
Republic of Poland, Mr. Andrzej Duda.
Nie może, jest sporo.
Since
Może
this is a long list,
pan.
I suggest that we applaud after the whole list is presented. I would like to welcome the Deputy Mayor of the City of Kraków, Mr. Jerzy Muzyk, although actually this welcome is little out of place, given the role of the City of Kraków as the co-host of today's ceremony. I'll also welcome the Deputy Mayor of the City of Kraków, Artur Buszek. I would like to welcome Professor Jan Tadeusz Duda, Chairman of the Regional Assembly of the Małopolska region, and Kazimierz Barczyk, Vice Chairman of the Regional Assembly, who represent the authorities of the Małopolska region. I would also like to welcome His Excellency Marek Brzeziński, Ambassador of the United States to Poland, who is about to open today's plenary session of our conference. Welcome to all representatives of Kraków Diplomatic Corps. I would like to welcome Krakow's parliamentarians, above all senators Jerzy Fedorowicz and Bogdan Klich. And then, of course, the president of the Polish Academy of Sciences, Professor Jerzy Duszyński, and Professor Paweł Rowiński, the vice president of the Polish Academy of Science. Well, your presence here at this ceremony demonstrates excellent cooperation and collaboration between our academies. I would like to welcome the rectors of Polish universities, including, of course, those of Kraków, with particular reference to Professor Jacek Popiel, rector of the Jagiellonian University and a member of the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences, thanks to whose hospitality we can meet today in this monumental Auditorium Maximum. I would like to welcome the representatives of the National Academies of Sciences of Austria, Slovakia, and Turkey, as well as the representatives of the Polish scientific societies. Well, unfortunately, representatives of the Polish Scientific Society in Żytomir are not with us. However, we have received a letter from its president, Professor Sergei Rudnicki, a dramatic letter asking for help for those members of the society who have found themselves in a particularly difficult situation as a result of the war in Ukraine. It seems to me that we should respond to this dramatic appeal. We have set up an urn on the podium and would be much obliged for you for dropping donations into it. Well, just for your information, it will take about 15,000 zloty to fill a van with a standard donation and a large passenger car with about 3,500 zloty, about 800 euro. I hope we can manage, and thank you in advance. I would like to welcome the directors and representatives of cultural institutions, including in particular those who are close to me, the directors of Krakow's museums, many of whom are my students. I welcome all the speakers who have agreed to take part in our conference, and I'm sure, provide it with the highest scientific level. I would like to welcome all of you who took the time to share the joy of the Jubilee with us. I actually apologize in advance if I have missed anyone, which is purely caused by possible errors in confirming attendance and my own concentration in what is rather than what to say rather than reviewing the room. And now I extend this particularly warm welcome to all members of the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences, including numerous foreign members and a large group of members elected this year. They are already full members of the Academy, although the relevant diplomas will not be presented to them until the General Assembly next March. The reason is obvious. The presentation of almost 30 diplomas, according to our rather elaborate procedure, would have blown the program of today's meeting apart. We are limiting ourselves in this respect only to the honorary member and a few foreign members present at the Jubilee. And here I welcome one of our future honorary member, Reverend Adam Boniecki. The list of newly elected national members will be presented in a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, well, I'm addressing members of the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences right now. Thank you for coming, and I hope that the Academy's celebration, that is your celebration, will be a source of pride and satisfaction for you. We have been working on the organization of the Jubilee celebrations for almost 2 years. I would like to thank all the members of the organizing committee, the moderators of the individual panels, and the staff. In fact, the staff of the PAU office, our female staff mostly, for the great effort and creativity in preparing the celebrations. Now, very briefly about the nature of our meeting. There is no denying that the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences has very modest resources at its disposal, and that the Jubilee, in all its complex aspects, could not have been prepared without the support of other institutions. I would like to express my warmest thanks to them for the time being in general, and we will go into the details in due course. Nevertheless, we could not afford to organize the celebrations with the panache we have dreamed of. Perhaps the times were not right either. If you notice any stumbling blocks or limitations arising from the situation, please be patient and understanding. Very briefly about the background. The Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences. Originally, the Academy of Arts and Sciences was founded as a result of the transformation of the Kraków Scientific Society, which had been active since 1815. This was a process lasting several months between 1872 and 1873, so today is not an anniversary in the literal sense. The establishment of the Academy was the result of the persistent efforts of Kraków scientific community, the Galician authorities, and the Poles with influence in Vienna. But that act needed the benevolent attitude of the Austrian-Hungarian government and the imperial court. The Academy was founded on the basis of liberal Austrian law, but from the outset, it was conceived as a nationwide institution and excellently fulfilled the task of integrating the scientific communities of all three partitions and immigration. In its history, it went through two periods of flourishing
Przeszła przez dwa okresy rozkwitu. W ostatnim
in the last two decades before the First World War and in the 1930s of the 20th century. It has also had very difficult times during the German occupation from 1939 to 1945 and during the forced suspension of its activities by the communist authorities. It returned to activity as soon as it was possible as a result of the transition in 1989 when the system changed. It was relatively quick to reconstitute its structures and bring back its members, but it recovered only a part of its properties, and the landed estates of some 20,000 hectares were lost forever. Over the past 30 years, the Academy, to the best of its ability, carried out a diverse range of scientific activities in 6 faculties and 39 commissions, has 2 national stations in Katowice and Gdańsk, and 2 foreign stations in New York and Montreal, has 492 members, including 314 national and 178 foreign members, and concentrates on publishing sources and scientific journals. It organizes about 200 meetings, sessions, and scientific conferences every year. It has an interesting and diverse collections. You can read all about it in the compendium we publish in connection with this jubilee. Anniversaries of various institutions, including academic ones, are often an opportunity to undertake historical research. However, we decided not to succumb to the temptation of looking back to the past with hope. We have decided that it is much more important to diagnose the problems of the present day and at least try to point out the directions of actions leading to a better, non-deteriorating future. This seems today to be the main task of the corporations of scholars, intrinsically called to spread rational views and to oppose attitudes and actions contrary to science. And the time for this is great, perhaps the last we are yet given. The optimistic paradigm which has accompanied us for the past 30 years of our history has collapsed almost before our eyes, regardless of the disputes and differing views on the subject. And the prospect of an environmental catastrophe for our planet has come dramatically closer. The COVID-19 pandemic has, on the one hand, revealed hitherto unknown threats to the whole of humanity, and perhaps even worse, revealed the prevalence of irrational attitudes and the distrust of a large part of the population towards scientifically established indications. In parallel, anti-liberal, anti-democratic, and xenophobic tendencies have emerged in a surprising number of countries. Unfortunately, we Poles have had our share of this, and finally, months ago, a war broke out just across our border, brutal and cruel, but above all absurd. Ukraine, our neighbor, was attacked without any reason and exposed to countless Russian war crimes. As a result, the whole world is subject to far-reaching economic instability, literally hit by an emergency crisis overnight. The Pax Atomica that provided us with fairly solid security in the days of Khrushchev, Brezhnev, and their successors is no longer guaranteed in the age of Putin. We do not know what will happen tomorrow, but almost no one expects positive developments. Already 2 years ago, we had a far-reaching premonition of the coming crisis and formulated the framework theme for the anniversary conference, the world in the face of new challenges. We decided to orient it towards issues concerning ecology, psychology, biology and medicine, computer science and artificial intelligence, and the cultural impact of the recent pandemic. It is easy to see that alongside the analysis of threats, we have chosen themes that open up some optimistic perspective while taking into account the strengths of our cooperation. The following months have proven that the choice was accurate, and with the minimal updates on topics, we will hear contributions on fundamental and topical issues over the next 3 days. Restricting ourselves to today's speeches only, could there be more important issues than those heralded by the speech titles of Ambassador Mark Brzezinski and Professor Timothy Garton-Ash? Are we not interested in the consequences of Brexit for the state of science in the UK, to be discussed by Professor Sir Leszek Borysiewicz? Isn't the perspective of a post-pandemic world presented by Mrs. Laura Spinney a welcome exegesis of the trauma we have all been through?
Sesji zaprosiliśmy przede wszystkim osoby działające w kręgu
We have invited people active predominantly in the Anglo-Saxon circle to give lectures at today's plenary session. And this way we wanted to emphasize the international scope of our Academy's activities. All our lecturers have close ties with Poland and the Academy. Among the participants in the specialist panels scheduled for the next 2 days, we have a balance of national and international participants. I would like to thank all participants once again for accepting the invitation. I am convinced that a fascinating experience awaits us.
Przedpołudniowej sesji plenarnej proszę pana profesora Jacka.
I would like to ask Professor Jacek Purchla, active member and secretary of the Division 2 of the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences, to chair the morning plenary session. I believe that he will do it much better than anyone of us here present. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Jest.
Panie prezesie, to dla mnie honor.
Professor, it is a great honor for me. So I think it is also a special honor to our section, which has been present as part of the Academy since 1872 in Article 2 of the Statute of the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences. It is stipulated, quote, "The Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences is an institution to develop science and culture. And as a national institution of public utility, it is taken care of by state authorities, and its patron is, among others, the President of the Republic of Poland. So I am glad to see the Minister, the Secretary of State, and the President's office. I'm glad to see him here with us, and he will read a letter from the President of the Republic of Poland, Andrzej Duda. Minister, the floor is yours.
Szanowni Państwo, to dla mnie
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to be able to represent the President of Poland. It is a great joy to be here with you.
proszę pozwolić, że
If you allow me, I will read
skierowane
the letter to you, to the participants and organizers of today's Jubilee.
Szanowny Panie Prezesie Polskiej Akademii Umiejętności,
Professor,
Szanowni Państwo
Professor
wszyscy
Ostrowski, professors, distinguished members of the Academy, distinguished guests. I'd like to render my warmest welcome to everybody who has arrived to this Jubilee, and I would like to congratulate on this great Jubilee and extend my best wishes to all the members, friends of the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences. The Academy of Arts and Sciences since 1872 1872, which had continued historical traditions of the Kraków Scientific Society, is among the most important scientific institutions in Poland. Its fate has been intertwined with the history of Polish endeavors for independence. When any hope of Poles for regaining independence were awoken, every single time the activity of the Polish Academy flourished. Since the Warsaw Scientific Society was closed down and it was part of the repressions after the November uprising, the Kraków Scientific Society and then the Academy of Arts and Sciences for 80 years were the sole representation of Polish scientists. So this organization saved intellectual life in Poland. It contributed to developing debate at the time of Poland's partitions. The Polish Academy played a fundamental role in Poland when it regained independence in 1918. Now it is playing its significant role in our independent state nowadays. So the Polish Academy has a special place in the history of Polish science, but the list of its achievements is very long, because it is not really a memento of the past. It is a very active participant of scientific life. It creates the space for developing discussions on the most crucial topics. So I'm very glad that Jubilee celebrations are connected with the international conference, The World Facing New Challenges. So I'd like to warmly welcome all the participants from Poland and abroad who represent so many fields of science. I am very glad you've decided to honor the Jubilee of the Polish Academy, delivering your lectures and starting your discussions about various important topics. We, Poles, Europeans, all people are facing new questions, new challenges. They result from various changes in the world of nature, politics, science and culture. We can see them on a global dimension, we can see them in individuals, we can see them around us. So the answers we are trying to form are very important for the prosperity of future generations. We are deeply convinced that the science can help us to come up with the best possible answers. So congratulations on the Jubilee. I'd like to wish to all of you that your debates are very fruitful, that your scientific effort, research effort contribute to better knowledge of the truth and bring benefits to people and the world. With deepest words of respect, the President of Poland, Andrzej Duda.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen,
pozwolę sobie jeszcze
if I may,
odczytać
I'd like to read a short message
okolicznościowego daru, który
which is attached to a small souvenir that the President of Poland would like to pass on the Jubilee. So,
250-lecia Polskiej
due to this hugely celebrated Jubilee of the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences, I'd like to send a gift, a flag of the Republic of Poland. So please show it to everyone as a manifestation of our common care of the development of our homeland. White and red flag is among the most eminent emblems of the Republic of Poland, so I'd like it to be shown as a symbol of integration of the Polish academic milieu. It should remind us that it is necessary to shape our national community as a space for meeting where we cherish the truth, mutual respect, mutual solidarity and ability to cooperate. I hope it will become an inspiration to build safe, modern future for our country, the Republic of Poland. The President of the Republic of Poland, Andrzej Duda. Professor, if you allow me, I'd like to pass on the gift to you.
Bardzo dziękuję, panie ministrze.
Thank you, Minister.
Wielce szanowni państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen,
Rzeczypospolitej Polskiej,
the government of the Republic of Poland is represented
profesor Uniwersytetu
by Professor of the Jagiellonian University, Senator, and the Secretary of the State at the Ministry of Education and Science.
panie ministrze,
Professor, Minister, the floor is yours.
głosów pana macierzystej auli.
So it is your alma mater. You can take the floor here.
Panie Przewodniczący,
Profesor Włodzimierz Bernacki oczywiście.
Włodzimierz Bernacki, obviously.
czuję się
Yes, well, I
możliwość
feel a bit timid and shy because I can speak
gronem.
to such
Mnie to
eminent
naprawdę
guests
zaszczyt, bo
in this beautiful hall. It is a great honor to me because I'm a representative of the Ministry of Education and Science, but I'm also an employee of the Jagiellonian University. Besides, I am also a representative
dyscypliny, jaką
of
jest
this
historia
subfield, which is the
politycznej,
history of
politycznej.
political thought,
Szczególnym jest
and
móc uczestniczyć
it is a
w takim
unique
momencie,
experience to be able to participate in the event like that one.
wstecz, ale
So we can look
spostrzeżenia
back,
wstecz, które daje nam
but
wiele
we
do
can
myślenia,
look back in
daje
such a
nam
way
to,
that
co
it is
podstawowe,
thought-provoking and inspiring. So it is an
tym
experience
dotyczącym uprawiania i sposobów uprawiania nauki,
connected with developing science, building power of intellect and contributing to development of our community on the one hand, but on the other hand, for me personally, I can see a practical dimension, because on the one hand, we have such magnificent names of great eminent scientists like Professor Count Tarnowski, Professor Józef Szujski, Stanisław Smolka, Adam Krzyżanowski. On the other hand,
miejmy na uwadze
we have to bear in mind
było i
what
co jest owocami tej aktywności,
what bore fruits in this intellectual activity of the members of the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences. So
osób, ludzi, którzy
it is a great resource, a great pool of beautiful minds, people.
1918
After 1918, all these people, all these minds contributed to the most important thing. So they established a legal system, an administrative system, a political system of Poland that regained independence. So as a representative of the Ministry of Education and Science, I'd like to pay tribute to all those
realizowali w czasach
whose
minionych.
activity is a thing of the past, but also to say thank you to all those which are co-creating the intellectual power of Kraków and Poland at the moment under the umbrella of the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences. Professor, thank you so much, and I'd like to hand in a letter from the Minister of Education and Science.
Bardzo dziękuję
Thank you.
ministrowi
Thank you, Minister.
słowo i za list.
Thank you
Proszę państwa, nie ma dzisiaj
for your words of welcome and the letter.
samorząd w czasach
The local government
naszą
at the times of Józef Dietl as the mayor co-created our academy.
Jerzy Muzyk,
And here we have a representative of the local government, Jerzy Muzyk, from the city council. He will read a letter from the mayor of the city of Kraków, Jacek Majchrowski.
Panie prezesie, wielcy wysocy
Professor Ostrowski, Professor Purchla, distinguished members, distinguished guests,
W imieniu
Members of the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences, on behalf of the Mayor of the City of Kraków and of myself, I'd like to welcome all of you to the International Scientific Conference, The World Facing New Challenges, organized on this unique occasion of 150th anniversary of inception of the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences. It is an honor for me to be here among you and celebrate the jubilee, which is so important not only for the members and friends of the Academy, but for the whole Poland and the world of science. During the 150 years of Academy, it left a very significant trace in the Polish history, contributed to pioneering research on Polish history, language, monuments, or geology of Polish land. Since the beginning of its existence, the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences, and previously the Kraków Scientific Society, was an institution, a cultural and scientific institution that contributed to consolidation of Polish science. During Poland's partition in the pre-war period, it was extremely active, and it published a lot and was very active in the international arena. Then there was the Second World War, which was an extremely difficult time for the Academy. In the post-war period, it was very difficult as well, so all the time it was the cradle of Polishness, its values and its heritage. Both the history and the current activity of the Polish Academy, summarized and discussed during today's conference, shows it is so crucial to have science in our lives. In line with the title of the conference, the world is facing and has always been facing new challenges, various challenges for decades. It has been transformed politically, historically, geographically. Man has evolved. There was an industrial revolution, medical revolution, breakthrough innovations. The climate has been changing as well. I am deeply convinced that today we are witnessing something very important. We are going to listen to interesting lectures diagnosing all these changes, summarizing the most eminent achievements in individual fields around which the Polish Academy has been active for years. Taking this opportunity, I'd like to emphasize that I am very proud that the city of Kraków is the seat of the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences. It is an honor and obligation for the future that we can accompany and support activities of the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences. I hope that together we can strengthen the brand of Kraków as the place of development of talents, vibrant with academic life. Through the activities of the Polish Academy, Kraków has been for years the most interesting place for meetings, for prestigious conference. It is confirmed by the number of international conferences and events that we have hosted for 12 years. Jointly with the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences, we have had a program, Kraków Scientific Conferences, and we give awards in the fields, which was the field of specialization of Copernicus. We have Copernicus Award that has been awarded for many years, and since 1939 we've been awarding that in cooperation with the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences. Since this year we participate in honoring eminent people with what is called the Polish Nobel, so it is the award of Erasm and Anna Jerzmanowscy. So, dear members of the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences, my words of welcome and my words of thank you for your professional service that you carry out for better knowledge and protection of scientific, natural and cultural heritage and meeting challenges brought about by the contemporary world. Thank you for contributing to the prestige of Kraków as a city of culture and science. So I'd like to wish you fruitful debates. Professor Jacek Machrowski, the President, the Mayor of the City of Kraków.
Bardzo dziękuję panu prezydentowi.
Thank you very much, sir.
Szanowni państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen,
Jesteśmy na terytorium Uniwersytetu Jagiellońskiego.
We are now on the territory of the Jagiellonian University, so therefore
Profesor Jacek
we have with us Professor Jacek Popiel, His Magnificence Director.
w swoim dzisiejszym
Professor Jan Ostrowski, in his today's speech, emphasized the bond and the link between the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences and our university. I represent the Faculty of History, and let me go back to the times of Hugo Kołłątaj, who in the end of the 18th century was planning this academy in Kraków. So now let me invite the host of this venue, Professor Jacek Popiel. And according to the scenario, professor is to give a gift to the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences. Ladies and gentlemen, let me not read the letter that I am addressing at the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences, but let me share with you my emotions. I'm deeply touched by the fact that this year, when we are celebrating the 659th anniversary of foundation of this university, we can host members of the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences and distinguished speakers from all over the world. From the outset, the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences has been connected with the Jagiellonian University and with the milieu of scholars. So my wishes, our greetings and our congratulations, they come from all members of the Academia. We'll be listing many merits, but I think the key thing is integration of researchers and scholars and scientists. The Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences has been doing that for many, many years. As a modest member of the Academy, I've been watching with awe that effort, and I think we should appreciate the importance of this academy as the group, the institution that brings scholars, members of the academia from all over the world together. And by looking at you, ladies and gentlemen, here, I am aware that true history of global science is here with us, and this is because of this academy. So we've been thinking about the proper gift to the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences, and we have one of very few reprints of the major work by Nicolaus Copernicus. Next year we'll be celebrating the 550th anniversary of his birth. So, sir,
egzemplarz, który myślę, że będzie cennym fragmentem biblioteki.
So this copy, or this book, this work will be an important piece, an important part of your collection. As you know very well, ladies and gentlemen, we have the original in our library at the Jagiellonian University. Well, I wish you all the best, members of the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences.
Bardzo dziękuję panu rektorowi.
Thank you, Rector.
Członkowi Polskiej Akademii.
Thank you, dear member of the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences.
Ręce pana prezesa
Ladies and gentlemen,
Ostrowskiego z okazji
President Professor Jan Ostrowski
płynął deszcz różnego rodzaju adresów, listów,
has
gratulacji.
received
Teraz
so many letters, congratulatory letters,
tylko jedno polecenie.
and
Pilnuj czasu.
I was just given one order today in the morning from Professor Jan Ostrowski, that is to watch the time. So let me just mention letters that we received from
Alfabetycznie.
academies abroad that we've been working
Akademii der Wissenschaft.
with on a continuous basis.
Academy of Science.
So let me just list them.
Academy of Sciences and Arts. Israel Academy of Sciences and Humanities, Lithuanian Academy of Sciences, Montenegrin Academy of Sciences and Arts, Slovak Academy of Sciences i wreszcie Turkish Academy of Sciences. Następny punkt to przypomnienie, uświadomienie nam
Then, the next point
Polska Akademia Umiejętności
is about
działa z Krakowa.
reminding us, making us all aware that the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences has been working from Kraków, in Kraków, for Poland,
Pana
with
profesora
Poland,
Tadeusza Dudę,
but
przewodniczącego Sejmiku Województwa
it is
Małopolskiego,
also
pana mecenasa
active
Kazimierza
in the
Bartosika,
Małopolska region. So now I would like to invite Professor Jan Tadeusz Duda, Chairman of the Regional Assembly of the Małopolska region, and Kazimierz Barczyk, Vice Chairman of the Regional Assembly, to
obu panów
give
przewodniczących.
to the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences a
Prezes Jan
medal, an occasional medal.
Szanowni Państwo, tak jak Pan Profesor wspomniał,
Ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned by Professor, the Małopolska region,
fakt, że
the
w Krakowie
self-government of the Małopolska region very much appreciates the fact that the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences is present and active in the region. So
jesteśmy współ
we endeavor not only to offer our words of praise, but also we support the Academy. We offer the Jerzmanowski Family Award, but on this occasion, the local self-government of the region awarded the Academy with golden medal. So on the occasion of the 100th anniversary of the Academy, in the expression of gratitude and recognition of merit for the science development in Poland, and this letter is signed by the Speaker of the Regional Assembly, and by myself, Chairman of the Regional Assembly of the Małopolska region.
Bardzo dziękuję panom przewodniczącym.
Thank you, sir.
I jesteśmy teraz w niezwykle dla naszej Akademii podniosłym punkcie.
So now
Od czerwca
we
roku 2020
have this very important moment. Since June 2022, the honorary member of the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences
zaprosić księdza
is Reverend Adam Boniecki. Reverend, may you please
a prezesa Jana Ostrowskiego i
approach
sekretarza
us.
generalnego pana profesora Szczepana
And then
Bilińskiego
Professor Jan Ostrowski and Secretary General
honorowego.
will present a diploma of an honorary member of the PAU to Reverend Adam Boniecki.
Jeśli można, chciałem zaprosić naszego nowego członka honorowego
So
do głosu.
I would like to invite our new honorary member to take the floor.
Tytuł
I would like to thank you very much
Akademia Umiejętności.
for this title
Myślę, że
of an honorary member of the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences.
w Tygodniku Powszechnym
I don't think
od wielu lat.
I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the fact that I'm in Tygodnik Powszechny Weekly
To, co robi
for so many years, and I believe and I trust that the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences appreciates the importance of that weekly Tygodnik Powszechny. That is more than journalism. That is about formulating thoughts
to wyróżnienie, które
So I thank you very much for this distinction,
zobowiązuje.
which
Będę starał się
wasn't expected.
dorastać do
So I'll do my
tego
best
wspaniałego wyncypału.
to deserve it,
Dziękuję bardzo wszystkim.
deserve such greater title. Thank you.
Wielce szanowni państwo, pan prezes Jan Ostrowski
Ladies and
zapowiedział
gentlemen.
już dzisiaj, że z uwagi na
Professor
charakter naszego dzisiejszego
Jan Ostrowski, president of the Academy,
ograniczamy się
also
dzisiaj zaledwie do wręczenia
warned that because of the nature of our today's meeting,
nowym członkom
we
zagranicznym
will
Polskiej Akademii
restrict ourselves to presenting diplomas to foreign members of the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences. So this is my pleasure to invite here 6 our new foreign members, and that is
Frackowiaka,
Professor Richard Frackowiak,
Technique Fédérale de Lausanne i University College London, profesora Timothy Garton Asha,
Professor Timothy Garton Nash,
Anthony's College, the University of Oxford i Hoover Institution, Stanford University, profesora Wołodymyra Horbatenkę, Instytut Państwa i Prawa im.
the Institute
Wołodymyra Koreckiego
of
Narodowej Akademii
State
Nauk
and
Ukrainy
Law
w Kijowie,
of the National Academy of
profesora Michała
Sciences in
Kamińskiego,
Kiev,
King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals, Dahran, Arabia Saudyjska.
from Saudi Arabia,
Profesora Wołodymyra Odrechiwskiego, Lwowska Narodowa
and Professor Oderchivsky from Lviv National Academy of Arts,
Uniwersytet
Professor
Paris,
Wicherek,
Sorbonne i CNRS France. A panów profesora Jana Ostrowskiego i sekretarza generalnego Szczepana Bilińskiego
Professor Janusz Ostrowski, and Secretary General Jan Biliński.
Jeszcze raz gratulujemy panu.
Congratulations,
To
professors.
jest tytuł dożywotni.
So it is a title that you hold for life.
Chciałbym teraz poprosić pana
Now, I'd like to ask Professor Szczepan Biliński, Secretary General of the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences. He will present a list of newly selected domestic members of the Polish Academy.
Panie prezesie, panie przewodniczący, szanowni państwo.
Chairman, Professor, ladies and gentlemen, Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences every year chooses its corresponding members, active members, and it has done so in 2022. It's been mentioned that the celebration of awarding diplomas has been postponed because we have a unique jubilee, and we are going to hand in diplomas on the 11th of March 2023. Now let me read the names of people from individual departments. Philological department, Professor Wojciech Baus, and now the names are mentioned.
A członkiem korespondentem pani profesor Anna Legerzyńska. Z Wydziału II
The second Historical and Philosophical Department.
A członkami korespondentami
Corresponding members, Professor Jan Barcz, Professor Stanisław Biernat,
profesor Bolesław Ginter, pan profesor
and the list of names.
pan profesor Roman Murawski, pan profesor Marian Rębkowski i pan profesor Paweł Waldenowak. Wydział III Nauk Ścisłych i Technicznych.
Department of Sciences and Technical Sciences active member, Professor Tomasz Dochnalik, and corresponding members. Now the list of names.
Pan profesor Wojciech Kucharz. Wydział IV Przyrodniczy.
The fourth Natural Sciences Department active member, Professor Strzałka, corresponding members. The list of names.
Pan profesor Leszek Marks, pan profesor Adam Szewczyk i pani profesor Katarzyna Turnał. Z Wydziału V Lekarskiego, członkiem
The Medical Department active member, Professor Józef Dulak and Professor Kalida Kawecka-Jaszcz. Corresponding member, Professor Katarzyna Mizia-Stec. The sixth Department Arts
członkami czynnymi
active members, Professor Marek Budzyński, Agnieszka Holland, and Jacek Sroka. Let me remind you that at this department there are no corresponding members, there are only active members in the arts department. The majority of these members are here in the room. Applause for all of them.
Bardzo dziękuję. Na końcu
Thank you. Let me just say jokingly, you are in a unique situation. You have congratulations today, and there will be another round of congratulations in March. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję panu.
Thank you very much indeed, Professor.
W zasadzie proszę o pozostanie na scenie.
You can remain on stage, actually, because
Dziękować
we are about to say thank you and
i sponsorom naszego
present diplomas to sponsors of our jubilee.
pana
So first,
Jarosława Gracela.
I'd like to ask Jarosław Gracel from the Astor board, and Professor Biliński and Ostrowski will present a diploma as a token of our gratitude for our sponsors.
Pan prezes Jarosław Gracel.
Mr. Jarosław Gracel, Astor.
Mam teraz przyjemność
Now it is my great pleasure to ask Mr. Piotr Pieniński, President of the Board of the Lanskorońskis Foundation.
pan prezes Piotr Pieniński.
Mr. Piotr Pieniński.
Last but not least, chciałbym
Last but not least, Barbara Nowak, the head of the office City Handlowy. She will receive a diploma on behalf of the director of the City Handlowy Bank, Mrs. Czerwertyńska.
Bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you.
Panie prezesie, melduję, że jesteśmy 3 minuty.
So we are 3 minutes ahead of our time. And the schedule was personally prepared by Professor Ostrowski. So at 11:30 we are beginning a plenary session, Equilibrium of Threats. So this session will be opened by a lecture by His Excellency Mark Brzeziński, Ambassador of the United States of America to Poland, and the speech will be entitled "The Challenges Facing the Euro-Atlantic Community." According to the wish of His Excellency Ambassador, it will be in the form of a conversation. It will be a dialogue between the Ambassador and Katarzyna Kolenda-Zaleska. I am glad that a Krakow's journalist, I know now she's been living in Warsaw, but actually she is born in Kraków, so I'm so glad to see her on stage. So, Your Excellency.
We are now looking for the chairs. It is just a matter of technology. Rozmowa będzie prowadzona w języku.
The conversation will be held in English.
Excellency, the floor and the chair is yours. To nie ja. Czy Państwo zechcieliby dostarczyć mikrofony?
There is a request for the mics for our guests. I'm sure they need the mics.
Są potrzebne, natomiast rozumiem, że ja mogę tylko wielkim głosem.
Yes, we need the mic, definitely. We'll absolutely need them. Yeah.
Nadbiega mikrofon numer 1.
Yes, I can see that one mic is coming. Do we need more? I guess we need the mic number 2.
Raz.
Yes, now we have even 3 mics at hand. We are still slightly ahead of time.
30.
Yes, so the floor is yours. You may begin your conversation. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, Kasia.
It's very nice to have you here. And before we start, how do you feel here among so many distinguished professors, scholars, academics here in Krakow at the oldest university, in the place where the knowledge is still respected, which is not so obvious outside?
Huge congratulations to the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences for this event, for this anniversary celebration. And also, Kasia, I know that your father is here. He's a professor of energy in the crowd here. And like you, I grew up in a house with a professor in it, Zbigniew Brzezinski. And our dinner table, our lunch table was a place of ideas, a place where ideas were challenged. And so I feel like I'm at home.
Okay, thank you very much. So maybe let's start with the Poland situation right now, because you used to say that Poland is having a tremendous time. It's very difficult, but also full of possibilities. What do you mean by that?
What is a catalytic moment in time? We have world-famous historians in this audience, like Timothy Garton Ash. A catalytic moment is one that will inform 20, 40, 60 years into the future. I feel that 2022 is that for Poland. Let me share with you what a sign said over the railroad in Przemyśl, Poland. Tutaj jesteście bezpiecznie.
You are safe here.
Which translates into, here you are safe. What a wonderful thing for the Polish people to say to that woman with 2 children arriving at 11 o'clock at night, to now 7 million Ukrainian refugees, and to the world. Tutaj jesteście bezpieczni. Here you are safe. Wouldn't it be nice, every person must think, wouldn't it be nice if the whole world had that sign over it? Tutaj jesteście bezpieczni. And it doesn't. But what we saw in 2022 was one of the assets of Poland. And every country has assets and liabilities, including America. Poland has assets and liabilities. Like us, one liability is political gridlock, but it has assets as well. Innovative potential, tremendous innovative potential. Economic durability, but then also the ability to engage in rapid mobilization. In some countries, crisis is met with delayed response. Not in Poland, not in 2022. What you saw was a rapid mobilization of the Polish people, a combination, I feel, of iPhones and the ability to organize like never before, and memory. 1939. What got those young people to get into their cars from Warsaw or Kraków or Poznan or Wrocław and drive to Przemyśl or Medyka or Korczowa and pick up the Adamiuk family and take them to Bydgoszcz and never to see them again other than to drop them off and wish them well. It's the ability to engage in rapid mobilization that the world has seen in Poland, and it's an asset of the country. And I feel that in 20 or 40 or 60 years, when she becomes the president-elect of Poland, she who is organizing today a clothing drive in Bydgoszcz, or a food kitchen in Kraków, or finding apartments and a GoFundMe page in Warsaw, she will be a better president of Poland and a better world leader because of 2022. So Kasia, that is what I mean when I say 2022 is a special year for Poland, and as hard as it is, and it is uncertain, and we're anxious and uncertain, that's normal. But I think years from now, 2022 will actually be remembered as a golden year in Polish history for the reasons I've stated.
You are always expressing your admiration to Polish people, what they did in the beginning of war. But do you have any doubts doubts about going on that help because it's not so strong, it's not so common, and people are anxious, as you mentioned, are afraid of high prices, inflation, and things like this. And it's maybe it's not only to Poland, but it's common in Europe.
I see the rapid mobilization of 2022 as having universal qualities, unique qualities, of course, but universal qualities similar to some of the examples of rapid mobilization in America. For example, after the attack on Pearl Harbor, where America created a war industry production machine to fight a war across two oceans, Atlantic and Pacific. Or also in American history, in the late 1960s, during the race to the moon, when a national impetus produced tremendous technological revolution. And you've seen it in Polish history, too, also during very difficult times. Also during times of tremendous, unspeakable uncertainty, the Warsaw Uprising, the Solidarity era that produced peaceful change and tremendous change. Exactly, with the collapse of communism. And while, of course, there's inflation now in Poland, there are other indicators that would create uncertainty. I think, as I said before, this combination of memory that is omnipresent in Poland, as a guest in your country, I am so amazed, and it makes so much sense how historical memory so exists in the minds of Polish people. It's omnipresent in the minds of Polish people. And so the combination of memory and then iPhones and the ability to organize, especially among young people. There's an ability for young people to engage and to reach out beyond the confines of even a small town, to take part in a national effort. And that, to me, Kasia, gives me tremendous hope for domestic national renewal in this country. And so I'm actually optimistic, despite your legitimate questions about capacity.
Okay, so let's go to the topic of this conference, the world facing new challenges. Which one is the greatest in your opinion? Is it war? It is misinformation, fake news that spoiled our public debate, relation with China, or populism, or maybe something else?
There's many in that top strata, including the impacts of climate change, economic uncertainty, but the collision between authoritarianism and democracy, I feel, is central to the world that my 13-year-old daughter will inherit when she is a mother and a grandmother, if she becomes one. And so to me, the focal point here in Central Europe of that collision is so central to the kind of world future generations will inherit. And that is why it is absolutely essential that the Ukrainian people will win in this conflict and throw out the Russian invaders from Ukraine. And the awesome thing is that it's happening. That, what reason, Kasia, did we have in February to think that we would be celebrating and seeing Ukrainian people literally capturing, square kilometer after square kilometer in Ukraine? What evidence did we realistically have then to think that? And now it's happening. It's the heart of the people. And you see with the awarding of the Nobel Prizes this year, a Belarusian entity, Ukrainian entity, and Memorial in Russia, that the world, because what is the Nobel Prize? I served as ambassador in Sweden. For 4 years. The Nobel Prizes are intended to celebrate great acts that know no borders. And what you see in Central Europe now are great acts of civil society, of philanthropy, that will have repercussions for generations in this country, for example. I mean, just even take a look at what's happened in Poland since February. You've seen tremendous organization of civil society in this country like never before. And that will inform the future. And something special as well, especially in 2022, tremendous acts of philanthropy by private people, by corporations. I'm so proud of the American companies that have jumped into this situation in Poland, like Amazon, like Uber, like Hilton Hotels, like others, and Polish companies, each telling a better story than the next of what they have done in terms of jobs creation, in terms of finding apartments, in terms of free Uber drives for Ukrainian refugees. You know, I come from the state of Virginia. You know, Virginia would be proud to produce 300,000 or 400,000 new jobs in 8 months. That's what happened in Poland in the last 8 months. 300,000 or 400,000 new jobs have been found by Ukrainian refugees here, across the board, in light industry, in the service industry, and so forth. And so, in its own highly improvisational way, and I want to emphasize that, highly improvisational way, because this reaction is diffuse. This is person by person, family by family, company by company, responding in each of their own unique ways. This is, and that's a really important piece of this diffuse approach to receiving this mass number of people who have no place to go is tremendously unique and will inform every future mass movement of refugees. And tragically, there will be mass movement of refugees in the future, and the case of Poland will be invoked.
You are very much more optimistic about Poland's futures than we are. So you mentioned the democracy here and this clash between democracy and authoritarianism. And we are very much concerned about what's happening in our country in terms of rule of law. I know that you are a diplomat, and we didn't talk about this topic, but you have started to talk about democracy. So what would you say to us about this clash between democracy and authoritarianism? And do you have any concerns about Polish democracy?
You know, when I came here 30 years ago on a Fulbright scholarship. In fact, my first visit to Poland was to Kraków, and I stayed in Dom Studencki Piast, which is not too far from here, and had a great summer, I must say, in Kraków, and then did a Fulbright here at the Constitutional Court, where I was able to study the struggle for constitutionalism in Poland, which eventually, thanks to Oxford University, I was able to turn into a book under the same title. And it's about the collision between law and power in comparative constitutional systems. Every country has its struggle. And we live in an era in which the practice of democracy, not just the principle of democracy, but the practice of democracy is under threat in many countries around the world. As President Biden has said when he visited Poland in March, we have our own struggles of democracy in the United States, and we are working assiduously to address them, and we are joined by other countries in that struggle as well. So just like America has its struggle, Poland also has its struggle. And we're working closely and talking with the Polish leadership assiduously about that.
Thank you, Ambassador. And let's talk about the transatlantic relation as good as they were in the beginning of war in March and April, when Joe Biden united the West against Russia.
Kasia, crisis produces, I think, closeness and collaboration among people with different perspectives. And that is what has happened in Central Europe. Never before have the Americans and the Poles been as close. And I think this has to be taken from a historical perspective as well, and we have much greater historians in the audience here today than I, but it is a fact that over centuries, Poles have fought for American freedom, Tadeusz Kościuszko, Kazimierz Pulaski, and Americans have fought for Polish freedom. And we now live at a moment where America and Poland share the same freedom. And what is incredible about this moment in which we share the same freedom is that we are meshed together, not just in terms of supporting the refugees, but in terms of the security crisis as well. Because we don't know what Putin will do next. And the video coming out of Ukraine is reminiscent of World War II. Let's be very clear of what we're seeing. And as we talk here this morning in Krakow, there are more than 10,000 US soldiers across Poland, all stationed and deployed on Polish bases. And when I asked General Darrell Williams, the general in charge of European Command, are we ready for every and any contingency that Putin could throw our way here? He said, absolutely. Those soldiers are meshed together with the Polish military, and there is an interoperability between the modern equipment of war like never before. And so whether it's Apache helicopters, which are the best weaponry to fight any kind of tank invasion, or Patriot systems to intercept missiles, or HIMARS, or Abrams tanks, there is a sophisticated integration of the American and Polish military that produces a context in which one can say, Polska jest bezpieczna I Polska jest zabezpieczona. And I think that is an important thing. More than anything, I suspect, more than anything, that is what the Polish people want to hear. They don't want to hear about the details. They want to know that they are safe and secure. And we are ready for every contingency. And when you add to that the dimension of the business piece, there is certainly a consensus among the CEOs I have met of American businesses that, perhaps unlikely, Poland is open for business and open for American investment, and American investors are responding in kind. Google did the purchase of the Warsaw Hub for $1 billion in March. YouTube's CEO announced thousands of Polish jobs when she was here. McDonald's has opened, numerous stores since the beginning of the invasion here. And so business remains booming, and that's important to report.
Not mentioned to Discovery, Warner Bros. And TVN.
And Discovery and TVN are doing fantastic reporting and fantastic advertising as well. In fact, it's wonderful to see the constellation of advertisers on TVN, including private companies, companies that have more state-owned affiliations. That's a tremendous constellation of an advertising constituency for the business of television. And so I congratulate TVN on that. And there's a Tygodnik Powszechny was, I point at Father over here, because Tygodnik Powszechny was always in the office of my late father, Zbigniew Brzezinski. The different newspapers he would read, Rzeczpospolita, Gazety Wyborcze, of course, Tygodnik Powszechny as well, Jerzy Torowicz. And so, yeah, I mean, it is a closeness that is unique in the history of this special friendship.
So maybe let's talk about the possibility of establishing here the nuclear plant here. There are some plans. Can you elaborate on this?
Sure. Critical to the multidimensional nature of security is not just military-to-military collaboration and collective defense, which is working. And if there ever was a thesis that proves that NATO enlargement made good sense, it is what is happening in Central Europe today. I have lived in Poland when it wasn't a member of NATO. It was anxious and uncertain. And today, as a member,
beginning the 90s,
in the
right?
beginning of the 1990s, exactly. And today, it is a different feeling. Poland is a normal country because it is part of a collective defense system. But defense and security goes beyond military hardware. It also focuses or involves energy and the capacity of the country to power its future and its future development for future generations. We, the Americans, want Poland, of course, not just to be free. We want Poland to be prosperous, and we want Poland to thrive. And that means economically as well. And that means Poland must have a certain energy future that is as far away as it can be from the twin addictions of the past, coal and Russian-sourced energy. And nuclear provides that opportunity. And so we are very hopeful that the bid that Westinghouse and Bechtel have put forward to build state-of-the-art large nuclear power plants in Poland that will mesh this country together in terms of energy security for the next 100 years is embraced. I don't know other alternatives that can power Poland safely and cheaply and sustainably like that. And that's an opportunity, I think, for Poland. I lived in a country that had a new nuclear power program, and that's Sweden. Sweden has 12 nuclear power plants, and its economy, and it's a big country. It's like the size of the state of California. It is a big country that powers itself from corner to corner, and Poland needs to do that cheaply and sustainably, and there's an opportunity now in the area of energy to do that for the next 100 years.
When it comes to the energy crisis, winter is coming. So what should be the response to Russia blackmail, energy blackmail? What do you think?
Well, we've seen
nuclear plants building here in Poland?
We've seen for decades how Russia uses energy as a weapon. And Poland is on the front line of a war in which energy is used to scare people. And it has to develop its own internal capacity. The methodology, the technology to do that at the scale in which this society projects its own growth, and that this society wants to be able, its future generations' economic potential is nuclear, and there is a proposal to the government of Poland to do just that with the state-of-the-art energy technology that is the safest and the cleanest in the world, done by a company that has done this elsewhere in the world. And what I think is particularly great is that the US government has offered to Poland to place the US Department of Energy's regional center of excellence as it pertains to nuclear power and clean power in Poland, whereby innovation and degree programs for Poles in that center linked with American universities in the area of nuclear science will be built. And I think it's a tremendous offer to mesh us all together around an energy future that will have regional implications as well for Poland, because I suspect it will not just be Poland that will have new nuclear power plants, but other countries in the region as well. And Poland is poised to become a regional leader in terms of nuclear energy innovation and the overlay in terms of powering countries.
Yes, but it won't happen this winter, and we have to survive this winter. So what about this blackmail coming from Putin? What do you think?
Yes, energy is used as a weapon by Putin. We saw what was happening in the spring in terms of what he was doing in terms of food. I mean, who does that? Who makes threats in 2022 of nuclear weapons? That's who we're dealing with really close to our borders here. We have to get organized and we have to get prepared, and decisions have to be made pertinent to this winter, but also to winters 20, 40, 60, 100 years from now. That is what responsible leadership is about, of course. It's about strategic planning. My late father, Zbigniew Brzezinski, would always sit my sister Mika, my brother Ian, and I down and say, what is strategic planning? We were probably like 8 years old when he was doing this. And what is strategic planning? And he would say, it is anticipating changes in direction 2, 4, 10, 20 years ahead, and positioning yourself to be flexible and to be able to pivot, to move quickly when the time is right. That is the opportunity that Poland has to energy today as it pertains to planning its energy infrastructure development.
You mentioned Dr. Brzezinski, and your father spent his entire life dealing, analyzing, learning about the Soviet Union, and there's some phone ringing, about Soviet Union and Russia. What lessons can we learn from him right now during the war?
That you are only as strong as your weakest link. And, 27 countries emerged out of the rubble of the Soviet bloc. Some were tremendous successes, Poland, the Baltic states, and some stumbled along. And Ukraine was vulnerable, and we're now dealing with the effects of that. Importantly, Polish opinion makers, Polish foreign policy strategists called the threat right. We're dealing with a KGB agent who is the son of a KGB agent next door, and people who anticipated what he is doing now were correct. At the same time, Kasia, it's also important to remember that strategically, nothing has worked in this for Putin. Did Putin invade Ukraine so that Sweden and Finland could become members of NATO? No. Did Putin invade Ukraine so that the US and Poland could be closer together in security like never before? No. Did Putin invade Ukraine so we could have 6 destroyers off the coast of Spain and F-35s strategically placed in Europe? No. This strategically is not working out for him, and he will face the consequences of his people who are increasingly isolated and disconnected from a world that they want to participate in. There was a reason why young Russians were going to Western universities or engaging in interesting business around the world, because they wanted to. They don't want to be blocked from that. And that's the result of all this and many other tragic consequences.
You mentioned the nuclear threat and nuclear weapon. Do you think that Putin, who threatens to use the nuclear weapon, is it a real threat?
We don't know what Putin will do next. We are ready for every contingency. And I ask rhetorically, what kind of leader invokes nuclear weapons in 2022? That is who we're dealing with.
And we don't know what happened, but when we are now from American perspective in terms of war?
The Ukrainian people are winning, is where we are in terms of the war. And that is a remarkable result that I think war historians will study years from now, because what you had was a reportedly well-organized and well-trained military with hundreds of thousands of men under arms invading a country that that was disorganized. I'm talking about Ukraine. And the people of Ukraine are winning. There's a poll that just came out in the New York Times this morning It's the top story in the New York Times today, at least on the website, and it says that despite the suffering, despite the horrors that have occurred in Bucha and elsewhere, the vast majority of Ukrainians are absolutely committed to seeing their fight through until absolute and total victory. I think that speaks to the ability for people to informally organize, for others to support them as they organize, to fight against a huge military. That's pretty, that's pretty unique. I think you also see a collision, as David Ignatius of the Washington Post, I think, put it, between...
The friend of your father.
And exactly, and a leading opinion maker in the United States. As he put it, a collision between a conventional 20th century war invasion by Russia and a 21st century information war by Zelensky that has captured the hearts and the minds of people around the world. And you know, in Washington, a famous or a well-known formulation in Washington, D.C. is, you are your budget. In other words, if you really want to know how people feel about you or support you, see how much they budget towards you. Well, the American people have spoken through the Congress, and the budget is close to $50 billion allocated to support Ukraine just now. It's a tremendous allocation in terms of you are your budget for the people of Ukraine. And that is in part because we believe that the people of Ukraine have the heart and the love of their own sovereignty and of their own selves in terms of their society, that they're willing to fight, including to the ultimate sacrifice, dying for the protection of their country and their loved ones. And I think what you see right next to that in Poland is an extension of that. Love of the people of Poland to a people who is suffering, and the people here are rapidly mobilizing to execute that love. It is a beautiful thing that is happening here, a tremendous story, and something quite optimistic in terms of a historical direction for this part of the world. We have the best historians here, so who am I to be saying this? But there's a tremendous arc here of the actions of people that provide great optimism for the future of this part of the world, combining the ability to improvise and doing what is right so that others who are suffering can be helped.
Ambassador, we love your optimism about Poland, Ukraine, the end of war. So we are coming to an end to our conversation. Maybe there's something you would like to add to our conversation, something to say to the academics and others?
That I think 2022, you know, when I think of universities, and I think when my late father thought of scholarship and universities, he loved especially the possibilities of young people. My father was a tremendous mentor of young people. I think that you and he were very close. Yes, and he had a special fondness for you and thought so highly of you. And I think 2022 is the year of the young person in Poland, because like none other, they have spoken. They have introduced themselves to the world as a generation of love. And the world applauds in terms of that. I thank you for that, because I love being U.S. ambassador to Poland, especially now. Being U.S. ambassador to a people who extend love, not just to themselves, but to people who are suffering, is doing something larger than yourself. That is something that my late father always told my brother and sister and me to do.
And to me as well.
Do something larger than yourself. The Polish people are doing that. I congratulate you. I congratulate the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences for this remarkable acknowledgement of the father, and I look forward to see what happens for the remainder of this year and into the coming years as we face this crisis together.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador.
Excellency, thank you very much indeed. We are encouraged. Bardzo dziękuję pani redaktor za brawurowe przeprowadzenie
Thank you, Madam
rozmowy.
Kolenda Zaleska,
Wielce szanowni
for
państwo,
this excellent
w finale naszej
conversation full of bravura. And ladies and gentlemen, under morning
naszej
session is crowned by a member of our academy, Professor Timothy Garton Ash. I've introduced him already, a professor of the European Studies in the University of Oxford and Stanford, but first of all, an exceptional
history of the present.
Intellectual brain who is focused on the history of the present. He's not only a keen observer, but also a witness and participant of that history. And to close this morning part of our meeting, Professor will give us a lecture from post-war Europe to post-war Europe and back.
W języku angielskim.
And Professor will be speaking in English. Professor Timothy Garton Ash.
The floor is yours.
Dziękuję bardzo, szanowny panie prezesie, szanowni państwo. Cieszę się bardzo, że mogę uczestniczyć.
Sir, distinguished President, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to be a part of the celebration as a member of this Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences. I've often referred to this PAO Academy as the Polish Oxford, and well, we know that we have Professor Borysewicz from Cambridge, but Cambridge has never been the royal capital as Kraków and Oxford have always been. So I'll be speaking in English.
Post-war Europe to post-wall Europe and back. What I'm going to give you in the next 40 minutes is the bare bones of an interpretation of the history of Europe over the last 50 years, which I give in much more granularity and detail and nuance in a book coming out next year, also in Polish with Znak, Homelands, A Personal History of Europe. My book is in a conversation with a book that many of you will know, Tony Jutt's History of Europe from 1945 to the early 2000s. Its title was Post-War. And that title, Post-War, had two meanings. An obvious meaning, after the war, by which we meant the Second World War, and a less obvious meaning, after war. That is to say, this was the story of a Europe whose motto was never again, which was determined to be a continent of peace forevermore. Now, one has to say at once that the notion that Europe had abhorred and abjured war would have been surprising news to people in many parts of the world where European powers were fighting colonial wars for 30 years to try and defend their colonial empires. Actually, France was suppressing a rising in Algeria on the very day of victory in Europe, VE Day, France in Algeria, Britain in Kenya, Portugal in Angola and Mozambique, which only became independent in the mid-1970s. It would also have been news to many people in what we then called, perhaps wrongly, quote-unquote, Eastern Europe, that is to say, East Europe behind the Iron Curtain. After all, armed conflict continued in this country and many other countries well into the late 1940s. You then had the Soviet invasion of Hungary in 1956, of Czechoslovakia in 1968, Stan Wojenny in Poland. So actually, that peace to which West European leaders aspired was very imperfect indeed. I will never forget meeting someone in East Berlin 2 days after the Berlin Wall came down, and he said to me very excited that he'd just seen a handwritten poster on which was written, "Only today is the war really over." And there's a really important sense in which, for the entirety of Europe, Central and Eastern Europe behind the Iron Curtain, that was true. 1989 was the second year zero. And so Europe moves to more of a condition of peace only actually in what I call the post-wall period. That's to say, the period after the fall of the Berlin Wall. And that has two dimensions. One is, so to speak, objective and geopolitical. That is to say, the vast armies that had been on both sides of the Iron Curtain in the center of Europe withdrew. The nuclear arsenals largely withdrew. We had actually in the treaties of 1990, the 2+4 treaty and the Charter of Paris for a New Europe, the peace settlement that we had not had in 1945. And we saw, we thought, the end of the last European empire, namely the Soviet-Russian Empire. But it also had a subjective, generational component. One way of thinking about the history of Europe since 1945 is in terms of certain key generations which make the history of our continent. They are what I call the 14ers, those who were shaped by the experience of the First World War, de Gaulle, Churchill, Adenauer. The 39ers, those who were shaped by the experience of the Second World War. Bronisław Geremek would be a great example of that, Helmut Schmidt in Germany, Simone Weil, the French politician, many others. Then you had the 68ers, a very distinctive generation, and then you had what I call the 89ers, those who were shaped by the experience of 1989. And particularly the 68ers, who actually reached the pinnacles of power in Europe in the 1990s and 2000s. There was a belief that we really could have a Europe that had gone way beyond war, a Europe that could not only take the peace dividend from the end of the Cold War, reduce our military budgets well below 2% of GDP. Surely we weren't going to have an interstate war again anywhere in Europe, so we could have new kinds of security. Frieden schaffen ohne Waffen, remember that German slogan, create freedom without weapons? I think there was a young man called Olaf Scholz who really believed that. The primacy of economic policy, interdependence, for example, dependence on Russia for energy, would, it was argued, actually support the peace. And in a way, people yielded to the illusion that we were approaching Immanuel Kant's eternal peace, perpetual peace, zum ewigen Frieden. And I'm afraid we forgot the old Russian proverb which says, perpetual peace lasts until the next war. Now, underlying this generation's mistake was what I would call a historiosophical mistake, a mistake in the implicit philosophy of history. People came to believe that what happened in 1989 to 1991 was the way history was going. It was a new normal. That history with a small h was turned into history with a large H. History in the Hegelian sense of a process towards the spread in the consciousness of freedom. Whereas in fact, what happened in 1989 to 1991, that great leap forward to the post-war era, was a once-in-a-million example of historical luck, of what Machiavelli called fortuna. What I call the upward turn, which prepared the way for the fall of the Berlin Wall and the liberation of Poland, which I see as starting roughly in 1985 and, of course, reaching the point of breakthrough in 1989, obviously had some structural causes, notably the failure of the Soviet system to move from extensive economic growth to intensive economic growth, from heavy industry to high-tech and services. But actually, if you look at the detail of the late 1980s, what you have is four quite distinct lines of development which serendipitously converge in 1989. The first is, of course, the emergence of Mikhail Sergeyevich Gorbachev, elected as Soviet leader, or chosen as Soviet leader, on the 11th of March, 1985. The very system whose ideology proclaimed the irrelevance of individuals in history demonstrated the supreme importance of the individual in history. If the Soviet leader who emerged at that point had been Grigory Romanov, a good name for a Tsar, we would have had a very different story. The second line of development is one you in this room know exceptionally well from your own experience, and which I myself followed very closely, the East European, or I would say Central European, experience of democratic opposition. The learning process, described by Adam Michnik as the new evolutionism, which moved through the Poland Solidarność movement to the wonderful way in which in the late 1980s, figures like Bronisław Geremek, Tadeusz Mazowiecki, Václav Havel, and others saw their way towards a negotiated transition, what Havel called a velvet revolution. Mikhail Gorbachev only gave an amber light to people in this part of Europe. It was people in this part of Europe who turned it into a green light. The third, again distinct development, is that in Western Europe, the fact, the coincidence, that in the very same period you had a new dynamism in the process of European integration associated with the name of another remarkable individual, Jacques Delors, who became president of the European Commission in 1985 and who launched into this great project of completing the single market with the target date of 1992. Now, actually, Jacques Delors thought very little about Central and Eastern Europe, but the impact, as some of you will recall, on this part of Europe was considerable. It greatly strengthened the attraction, the soft power of Western Europe, of the European project, by the way, with the help of Margaret Thatcher, one of the few periods in which Britain really was a constructive contributor to the process of European integration. The attraction of Western Europe, of what would become the European Union, to Central and Eastern Europe, but by the way, also to Gorbachev. Gorbachev was also very interested in what was going on in the European Union. A little detail to illustrate this. At the crucial meeting in late August 1989, when Chancellor Helmut Kohl and Foreign Minister Hans-Dietrich Genscher negotiated with the Hungarian Communist leadership the opening of the Hungarian frontier for East Germans to flee to the West, the incentives offered were, one, 500 million Deutschmarks, not to be sniffed at, but two, help in taking Hungary closer to a possible membership of what is now the EU. And indeed, Hungary was the first country then whose application was accepted for the EU. I think that's very significant. The fourth thread which comes together in 1989 is the US. The fact that the US, which had been, let's remember, in a deep crisis in the late 1970s, after Vietnam and after Watergate, emerged into a period of great dynamism and growth under President Ronald Reagan, under the slogan, "It's morning in America." Three-dimensional American power, the power of Wall Street, the power of Pentagon, and the power of Hollywood came together. And then again, you had an exceptional individual, Ronald Reagan, who made this remarkable turn from a first term in which he really was the Cold Warrior, demonstrating to the Soviet Union that it could not win the arms race, to a second term in which he was the ultimate proponent of détente and extensive disarmament. And I would argue that it was only the convergence of these four quite distinct streams of historical causality which enabled the changes that you began here in Poland and, of course, in Hungary, and culminated in the fall of the Berlin Wall, by the way, which even on the day, on the 9th of November 1989, nothing inevitable about that, confusion and miscommunication was the handmaiden of liberation in Berlin on the 9th of November. But then, with time, over the years, we made the mistake of regarding this direction as being normal. The progress to freedom as being a process, not a struggle. And I think the 68ers were particularly culpable of that, but actually the 89ers also very much brought into that narrative. Look at the way, for example, in which people greeted the Arab Spring as if it was going to be another 1989. Turned out to be something very different. Let me pause for a moment here and say that a lot of people at about this point may be muttering internally, Francis Fukuyama and the end of history, and attributing this dangerous illusion to the early 1990s. I think that is actually wrong, because if you remember, and many of you will, where we were at the beginning of 1990, we had no idea whether this unprecedented transition from dictatorship to democracy, from communist dictatorship to democracy, was going to succeed. The joke, as you will all remember, was, we know that you can turn an aquarium into fish soup, but can you turn fish soup back into an aquarium? Tadeusz Mazowiecki always looked a little worried, but he had reason to be worried, because nobody knew whether this could be done. Nobody knew whether you could make that transition. And by the way, in Western Europe, the big projects were still to be completed. The single market, the euro, enlargement of NATO, Schengen, all of that was still to be done, and we did not know whether it could be done. And what is more, let me remind you, we had not just one, but 5 terrible wars in former Yugoslavia. So, the last of which extended into Macedonia 2001, 2002. I vividly remember sitting with an editor in Sarajevo in 1995, freezing cold office, timber stove, and he was feeding the office furniture into the timber stove to keep us warm. A chair leg here, a bit of the table there. And then at a certain point in this conversation, he said to me, you know, after the war we will something, something, something. And for a moment, I thought he meant after 1945, because we were all so used after the war is after 1945. And then he meant after 1995. And of course, it'll be the same in Ukraine today. I think the moment of maximum illusion, the historiosophical mistake, came later. I think it came in the early 2000s, when everything seemed to be going so well, and we seemed to have succeeded in those transitions. Enlargement of the EU and NATO had happened to a large degree. The euro seemed to be going rather well, remember that? People viewed Hungary and Poland as consolidated democracies. We were going to have a European constitution. Under Tony Blair, Britain was actually playing a constructive role in Europe, remember that? And in Ukraine, we had the Orange Revolution. I will never forget standing on the freezing Maidan in December 2004 and seeing a sea of European flags, as well as Ukrainian and, by the way, Polish flags. And it was at that moment, and I plead guilty myself, that we thought, my goodness, history is really going our way. And actually, that was precisely the moment at which the crisis begins, 2004, 2005. Let me pause for another moment, because one or two people in this room may be saying, well, hang on a minute, what about 9/11? Wasn't that the great caesura? Of course, at the time, we all thought that 9/11 was that great caesura, opening a new period. I actually think, with hindsight, that it's not the great caesura in the history of post-war Europe. It is significant in one respect, essentially. that it changed the United States forevermore. The United States launched on two hugely expensive wars in Afghanistan and then in Iraq, spent trillions of dollars that might otherwise have been spent on what President Obama called nation building at home, and entered what Richard Haas called a decade of strategic distraction, during which China quietly rose and rose, almost unnoticed in the East, seen by the United States, by the way, as an ally in the war against terror, as was Putin's Russia. So that, I think, is the significance of 9/11, but I don't think it's actually the caesura in European history. You may say, but then what about the terrorist attacks on Madrid in 2004, London 2005? Well, it's a debatable point, of course. Iraq fed into that. But my own view is that the causes there lie as much in Europe itself, in the alienation of a second generation of European Muslims, as in 9/11. So for me, what I call the downward turn, as against the upward turn beginning in 1985, breaking through in 1989, the downward turn, in my view, begins around 2005, and the moment of breakthrough is 2008. So 2005, you have the terrorist attacks, you have the European Constitution voted down in France and the Netherlands, which is a big blow to the West European project. You have, many of you will remember, the first episode of the Kaczynski twins in Poland, and you have Vladimir Putin declaring war on the West at the Munich Security Conference in 2007. 2008, the financial crisis, the global financial crisis, and Putin's annexation of two parts of the sovereign territory of Georgia. And those two elements together, in my view, start the downward turn. If you then stop and ask, so why? Well, I've mentioned the historiographical mistake, but another way of putting it would be in one word: hubris. The hubris of the United States, believing that it was the hyperpower, the new Rome, a unipolar world, and that it could just march into Iraq and create a democracy off the back of the occupation. The hubris of cool Britannia, dare I say, the hubris of some of my friends in Poland and Hungary, who really believed mission accomplished. We've got there, we have our consolidated democracy. The hubris, I'm going to say, of believing that we could continue the enlargement of the West, both the EU and NATO, without at some point encountering a more violent reaction from Russia. It is nonsense to claim that NATO enlargement was the cause of the invasion of Georgia or Ukraine. But certainly the Bucharest Declaration of NATO in 2008 was the worst of both worlds. The United States wanted to start a membership action plan for Ukraine. France and Germany wanted to do nothing of the kind. What do? We put in the communique that Ukraine will be a member of NATO one day, but do nothing about it. And that is absolutely the worst of both worlds. And so that, too, was, I think, a hubristic mistake. The hubris of the Eurozone, I refer you to the speech by Jean-Claude Trichet, the chairman of the ECB, in 2008, saying that everything is going swimmingly. The hubris of a Europe which believed that it was now going to be a model for the rest of the world. Let me recall one famous book titled by my good friend Mark Leonard, Why Europe Will Run the 21st Century. Ha ha. The hubris of a globalized, financialized capitalism, which believed that free markets could be something like a universal panacea, that you could have an endless opening of frontiers, of markets for the free flow of capital and goods, and to some extent of people, which believed that global aggregate gains would not only justify, but win acceptance for local losses. A view not unfamiliar to the discipline of economics, but politically a big mistake. A liberalism that was reduced purely to the dimension of economic liberalism. It's the economy, stupid, which gave us unprecedented levels of inequality, but which also ignored the cultural dimension. And actually, when you look at the story of populism, not just in East Central Europe, but also in Western Europe, one might be inclined to say, not it's the economy stupid, but it's the culture stupid. That is to say, the inequality of attention and respect that people felt was as important as the objective economic inequality. And when Ludwig Dorn in this country launched the slogan of Redistribucja szacunku, the redistribution of respect, he had a point, not just for Poland, but also for Britain, for the United States, for many other places. So our old friend hubris led us into the first of a series of crises that have lasted ever since 2008. The global financial crisis segues into the Eurozone crisis and the Great Recession. At the same time, in 2010, in Hungary, Viktor Orban starts very decisively demolishing democracy. And he has now succeeded in demolishing democracy in a full member state of the European Union, a shocking fact. Hungary is no longer a democracy. The European Parliament recently said, and I think rightly, it's an electoral autocracy inside the European Union and with the help of EU funds. 2014, of course, the seizure of Crimea and the beginning of the war in eastern Ukraine, in the Donbass, that has continued ever since. 2015, the populist turn in Poland with the parliamentary and presidential elections. 2015-16, the refugee crisis. 2016, Brexit and the election of Donald Trump. 2020, the COVID pandemic. And then the 24th of February, 2022, the beginning of the largest war in Europe since 1945, a war which is continuing unbelievably 8 months later. Now, as I've tried to argue, I think there's a common cause in the historiosophical mistake, in the hubris, but also, as with the upward turn from 1985 onwards, so now with the downward turn from 2005 onwards, these multiple developments which have separate etiologies, which are in many ways distinct, complement each other, but this time in a negative rather than a positive way. So to give you a few quick examples, the Alternative für Deutschland, the AfD, starts life as an anti-Euro party, but then converts itself 2015-2016 into an anti-refugee, anti-migrant party, and off the back of that, in 2017, becomes the biggest opposition party in the Bundestag, quite shockingly. Brexit. The Daily Mail, the most influential newspaper arguably in Britain, the day before the Brexit referendum, had a leading article urging people to vote for Brexit, in which it pointed both to the refugee crisis. There are all these millions of people from Turkey and elsewhere who are just waiting to come across the channel, and interestingly enough, to the Eurozone crisis. And it specifically mentioned youth unemployment in Southern Europe. Both of those separate developments made as arguments for Brexit. Brexiters praised Trump, Trump praised Brexiters. Putin praised Salvini and Le Pen, Salvini and Le Pen praised Putin. And so it goes on with this complementarity of distinct developments right up to this day, where the economic crisis that we are facing in spades at the moment is a result of the combination of two quite distinct developments, namely the COVID pandemic and the war in Ukraine. And those, the combined economic consequences, have given us, amongst other things, on the 25th of September, the emergence of an Italian government, which will be led, I choose my words advisedly, by a post-neo-fascist, Giorgia Meloni, in coalition with two populists, Matteo Salvini and Silvio Berlusconi. Silvio Berlusconi, by the way, being the moderate in this group, both of whom, Berlusconi and Salvini, have often praised Putin. And indeed, the other day, Berlusconi said that all Putin wanted to do in Ukraine was to install some decent people in the government in Kiev. The 24th of February, 2022, never again, we had said. It happened again in former Yugoslavia, and again we said never again. And then it happens again on an even larger scale. And we go all the way back. That very thing that Europeans had said ever since 1945 we were not going to allow happen in our continent happened. On the very territory where between 1941 and 1944 the Wehrmacht and the Waffen-SS conducted a war of terror, now Vladimir Putin's Russian armies conducted a war of terror. The same cities, the same villages, sometimes the same people. Boris Romanchenko, a Ukrainian who survived 4 Nazi concentration camps, killed by a Russian missile in Kharkiv, a Russian missile landing near the site of Babin Yar. Roughly half the surviving Jewish population of Ukraine displaced in that country. Natalia Gumenyuk, a wonderful Ukrainian, very brave Ukrainian journalist, reports that old Ukrainians in the villages around Kiev, places like Bucha and beyond, talked about the Russian aggressors as Nimtsi, Germans, because that's how they thought about them. These were the Germans. People who behaved barbaric like this were the Germans. And of course, in Ukraine, when they say after the war, it will be after this war, not after 1945. But with one difference. It's 2022. Many of you will know a photograph which went around the world of a civilian, a woman, killed in Irpin, lying prostrate on the road. And if you see it in black and white, it looks just like a picture from the Second World War, like so many, as the ambassador rightly said, so many pictures from the Second World War. But if you put it back into color, what you see is that she has a key ring. And on the key ring, on the roundel of the key ring, is the EU flag. Wasn't meant to happen. So one could, I suppose, argue that the post-Wall period, the post-1989 period, ended in 2008. But I think that it ended on the 24th of February 2022. Certainly this was the end of the illusions of the post-war period that I have described. And what actually happens here is that we come full circle. Because if the coup, the attempted coup in August 1991 in the Soviet Union had succeeded, then we would have had the attempted revanche of the Russian Empire already starting in 1991. And it's not just me saying this. The new, extremely brutal commander of Russian forces in Ukraine, General Sergei Surovikin, the butcher of Aleppo, was a putschist in August 1991. And in praising his appointment, Yevgeny Prigozhin, as in the Wagner group, that brutal group of mercenaries, wrote the following on Telegram, I quote, Surovikin didn't have time to get all of his ammunition into his tank in August 1991. If he had, we'd be living in a totally different country, 10 times more powerful. So there you have it, full circle. The end of the post-war period. With the post-war period, the story is a little bit more complicated. In one sense, the post-war period, by which I mean post-1945, ended in 1990. If you look at the state system, the political map of Europe, it changed then. In another sense, we still live in the post-war period because almost all the key institutions, what became the European Union, the Council of Europe, the Bretton Woods institution, NATO, the UN, actually date from the post-1945 period. But I think there's a third sense in which the post-war period has come or is coming to an end, and that is the second sense of Tony Judd's title. The sense that we really can believe that we are in an era where we've gone beyond war and the necessity of war. The Ukrainian people, as the ambassador said, are showing us heroically that when push comes to shove, you have to fight for your freedom, and you can fight and win. But it's not just Ukrainians have woken up to that. Actually, all of Europe has, I think, in a way woken up to that, and in particular, Germany has woken up to that. That is the heart of what Olaf Scholz called the Zeitenwende, is the rediscovery of the necessity of using military power, of having military power as part of the power with which we defend a free Europe. Now, I don't need to tell this audience that a sovereign, powerful Germany taking military power seriously again is a significant moment in European history. So that, I think, is where we are. I think we are arguably at the end of the post-war, and in a sense, at least, of the post-war periods, and we're entering a new period whose character we do not know, and for which we have no name. People have tried various feeble attempts, post-war, post-Cold War. None of them work. We simply don't know. This is the point at which a historian should shut up and let you all go to lunch. But I'm just going to take another few minutes, only a few minutes, to venture a little bit further beyond what historians can know, and to ask the question whether, and if so, how, we can learn any lessons from history. I'm just going to give you two. The first is that one thing history teaches us is that we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, let alone in 5 years' time. But what we can do is to make intelligent, historically informed guesswork about the probable direction of developments, Zbigniew Brzezinski's strategic planning, probabilistic statements, which we then revise in the light of subsequent events. And the great German historian Reinhard Koselleck has a wonderful essay called The Unknown Future and the Art of Prognosis. And he makes a very simple but I think important point, that if we're looking for historically informed guesswork, then the more recurrent events or patterns are, the more likely we are to make successful prognosis. So, to give a rather simple example, the statement, "We shall all die," has a high probability of being correct. In a rather large data set, there are no examples that I know of the contrary. Revolutions, wars, pandemics, certain patterns in domestic politics, all power corrupts, absolutely no democratic leader should stay more than 10 years in power. All these patterns that recur enable us to look tentatively into the future. And one of the patterns that we neglected was that imperial powers don't give up their empires without a struggle. as I mentioned at the beginning, West European imperial powers certainly didn't give up their empires without a struggle, including my own country, and France and Portugal. And so our big mistake when the centuries-old Soviet-Russian Empire, the largest remaining European empire, softly and suddenly vanished away in the course of 3 years, was to believe that that was it. That was the end of the story. The empire was not going to strike back. And believe you me, we had warning signs from early on. I met Vladimir Putin in 1994 at a conference in St. Petersburg. He was then deputy mayor of St. Petersburg. Nobody knew who he was. A rather unpleasant-looking little man sitting at the end of the table at a Russian-German, Russian-Western conference. And at the end of the conference, this completely unknown man, the deputy mayor, piped up and said, "We have to remember that there are territories that historically have always been Russian, which are now outside the Russian Federation, and we have a duty of care towards them." And he explicitly mentioned Crimea. And he said, there are 25 million Russians outside the frontiers of the Russian Federation, and we have a duty of care towards them. 1994, 5 years before the first NATO enlargement. Don't tell me NATO enlargement was the cause of the Russian imperial strike back. But at the latest in 2008, when for the first time he violates the great taboo that frontiers can only be changed peacefully and by mutual agreement, at the very latest, in 2014, we should have said, yes, we recognize this pattern from history. That's what imperial powers do. The empire strikes back. And for me, 2014 is really the turning point at which the West failed to turn. From today's perspective, absolutely incredible fact that Germany not only didn't start reducing, but actually increased its energy dependency on Russia after 2014. Nord Stream 2, let me remind you, was agreed and built entirely after 2014, and I'm very sad to see that former Chancellor Angela Merkel, for whom I otherwise have great admiration, only the other day in Lisbon, was still not capable of acknowledging that ex post, with hindsight, it was a big mistake. President Steinmeier has acknowledged that. So that's point number one. That's one way to learn lessons from history, and that's a big lesson we failed to learn. My second and final point goes to the question of how we think about approaching the future. There is a great formula which is often attributed to Antonio Gramsci, although actually it was Romain Rolland who originally coined this formula: pessimism of the intellect, optimism of the will. And I think that's exactly what we need, because actually intellectual pessimism can be something very constructive. In my view, the most important single argument for the European Union is not some Panglossian optimism, but a very realistic pessimistic insight that at the drop of the hat, Europeans are likely to go back to their old nationalistic ways of conflict. And therefore, any structure of cooperation, of law, of binding us together is to be valued. One reason we got to the upward turn after 1985 is that there was some very healthy intellectual pessimism in the late 1970s. People really faced up to the depth of the crisis we faced, and therefore we launched onto radical reforms. One reason we fell into the downward turn after 2005 was that we had some very ill-founded intellectual optimism. So I think intellectual pessimism in this moment is actually quite healthy, but let me quickly say that intellectual pessimism, not so much about the internal state of the European Union. Actually, the European Union has survived these multiple crises remarkably well, has shown its resilience, and we have, to adapt Churchill's famous remark about democracy, the worst possible Europe apart from all the other Europes that have been tried from time to time. But intellectual pessimism is justified by the external context. And I know you'll be talking about this in the next couple of days. Climate change. In the half century since the early 1970s, the period I cover in my book, the planet has warmed roughly 0.5 degrees centigrade, more than in all the 11,000 years from the end of the last ice age to 1900. Global population, early 1970s, just 4 billion. Today, 8 billion and heading on up at a rapid rate. Russia, we've talked about. China, as we speak, the Chinese Communist Party is installing Xi Jinping as the leader of everything forevermore. A neo-totalitarian regime, Leninist capitalism, hungrily eyeing Taiwan as Putin eyed Crimea. Other global powers, even if they are democracies like India, not necessarily siding with the West, as we saw over the war in Ukraine. Many of them sided with Russia. Why? Because they have such a deep memory of 600 years of European colonialism and 200 years of Western global ascendancy. So it's payback time. And the United States, I was interested that the ambassador alluded to this, albeit delicately. The United States, the country which is so important throughout the history of post-1945 Europe, in a real state of domestic crisis. I don't think I've ever seen American democracy in a worse state, and we must fear for the election in 2024. So if ever there was a time where pessimism of the intellect was justified, but we needed optimism of the will, it's now. And where else to look for optimism of the will but Poland? Because things looked pretty bad in this place when I first came here in 1979. But what made me fall in love with this place was the fantastic optimism of the will of my Polish friends, who said it's entirely possible that we can have a free Poland. I've never forgotten on that trip having lunch with Władysław Bartoszewski, who walked, ate, and spoke faster than any human being I've ever met, and who said to me at great speed, "We reckon with the collapse of the Russian Empire in the early 21st century." And at the time, I thought it was crazy optimism, but it was optimism of the will. So let me, if I may, close with a few words from another great Central European who makes the same point in a slightly different way. Václav Havel, talking about hope. Hope, says Havel, is not prognostication. It's an orientation of the spirit, an orientation of the heart. Hope is an ability to work for something because it is good, not just because it stands a chance to succeed. It's not the conviction that something will turn out well, but the certainty that something makes sense, regardless of how it turns out. End of quotation. Ladies and gentlemen, defending, improving, and extending a free Europe makes sense. It's a cause worthy of hope. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Raz jeszcze bardzo dziękuję panu.
Thank you very much. It was Professor Timothy Gorton Ash. Thank you.
Żaden komentarz
I think
do tego, co żeśmy usłyszeli, byłby niestosowny. Ja się tylko
no word of comment is necessary. Let me just say I am quite glad to have heard from Professor Ash
immanentna część naszej tożsamości nie jest
well, that intellectual pessimism, which is always present among Krakow's intellectuals, is no sin. Zeitenwende, I understood that. Yes, we are again
zmiany.
facing challenges and changes, yes.
Części przedpołudniowej mam dla państwa
It is the end of our morning session, and there are two messages and two announcements.
dopiero się zaczyna.
So number one, we are just beginning our conference. Now there will be a break time. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. The moderator will be Professor Bieliński, the Secretary General of the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences. And the other announcement, let me announce a 1-hour break. And on behalf of the organizers, I'd like to ask that if someone is not coming back in the afternoon, please return the headsets. The headsets for listening to the interpretation is very expensive, so please return them. And now it's time for a break. Please be back at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
impossible. So we drive to the show and we shout, we don't know how it goes, so good to feel invincible. So we drive to the show and we shout, we don't know how it goes, so good to feel the rush.
Ladies and gentlemen, we should begin right now. Perhaps we should wait for people entering the hall, so please take your seats. All right, I guess everyone is here, so perhaps we should start in an unusual way. It is a more scientific session now, so Professor Jerzy Duszyński will read his address, and I guess that's the right moment for him, to give him the floor right now.
Panie prezesie,
President, I am very grateful for giving me the floor and allowing me to address you. And that was my very deep intention, to give this address because of our appreciation for the Polish Academy of Arts and Science. So let me say as follows. Dear President, dear Jan, we are celebrating the jubilee of 150 years of establishment, this Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences. And let me, on this occasion, congratulate you on behalf of myself and my institution. Let me express our appreciation, recognition, and admiration. And on this day of the Jubilee, let me express our respect for the tradition and achievements of this Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences. These are activities that combine our scientific and research curiosity with work for the community of the scholars. And the Academy brings together the scholars and recognizes and awards researchers and scholars as well. We have many researchers who are linked or somehow related to the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences. On this day here, I would like to share with you my very personal observation. Although our institutions are different in terms of structure, responsibilities, and scope of operations, we have in common the people of science, scholars, and the care for the prosperity of science in Poland and care for its quality and the importance of Polish science globally. So please accept our best wishes for the future continuous success of this academy. Be in good health. With my deepest respect, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, sir.
On behalf of the President of the Polish Academy, I have to say we do appreciate your beautiful words on behalf of the Polish Academy of Sciences. Now it's time for our afternoon session, and the first lecture will be delivered by Sir Professor Leszek Borysiewicz, former Vice-Chancellor of the University of Cambridge, and his lecture will be entitled UK Research and Innovation Post-Brexit.
Sir, take the floor.
Po raz pierwszy muszę przeprosić.
For the first time, I have to apologize that my Polish is not sufficient to deliver a lecture in Polish because there are too many technical details. So I have to express them in English, but if there are any questions, I will try to answer in Polish.
My first task is to pass on greetings and congratulations from the President of the Royal Society in London. He has asked me to start this talk by offering congratulations from the Royal Society on this anniversary to the Polish Academy here in Krakow. The question of Brexit is something that divided Britain 50-50. It split Britain down the middle. And as we heard from Tim, it was in the United Kingdom a very real change that happened at that point. And it's so much of a change that it is still argued in Britain that whether you are for the EU or against the EU is a bigger divider than whether you vote Labour or Conservative. It completely split the country. But it united all academic institutions. Oddly, as we heard from Tim, Oxford and Cambridge were absolutely united that we wanted to remain in the European Union. I have to say, as an aside to Tim, Oxford's capital city of the United Kingdom ended very badly. Firstly, they supported the ideology of the divine right of kings, and for the 7 years that they were the capital city, King Charles I then had his head cut off, and Oxford was besieged and flattened as a consequence of their being a capital city. We argue in Cambridge we actually chose the winners rather than the losers. So in starting off, where did Britain sit in 2016 when we consider the really important issue of support for science? And this was the picture that you can begin to see pervaded 2016. This is the expenditure on research and development by different countries, and the rate of rise is what I want you to particularly focus on. China and the United States absolutely moving ahead. The European Union ever increasingly putting more budget into the Horizon programs, but it's compensated by a fall in national funding agencies across most of the individual countries of the European Union. So there was growth there, but you can see at the bottom of that list is Great Britain. And the conundrum is why Britain remains so strong despite spending half as much on research and development as other countries. Well, the government, and one can be very critical of our governments in Britain, and many of us are quite publicly, did respond to this. They laid out the ambition that they would increase investment from 1.6 to 2.4% of GDP into science and into research and development. And that this commitment is therefore to reach an expenditure from the current £8 billion, so that in 5 years' time they would be spending £20 billion sterling in 2027. They also allocated £2.1 billion extra for Britain to be able to associate with Horizon Europe. And for various political reasons, mostly over Northern Ireland and those issues, that association has not happened. But they have declared that if that association does not take place, that extra 2.1 billion will be made available for science funding in the United Kingdom. What it also they did was to set up a brand new research agency to the tune of £800 million per annum that would be looking for technological innovation. And that's all brilliant, but as we all know with many governments, their ambition is greater than their capacity to deliver. And this slide tells you exactly what has happened. You can see the red line at the top, that is the ambition. COVID supervened, and what happened with COVID, the ability to invest flattened. And now the optimistic line is the blue line, and you will see they will miss the target. But even that optimistic line is likely to be pulled down by the war in Ukraine, by energy, and by the economy. In fact, the joke in Britain is the only way they will actually reach £20 billion expenditure by 2027 is if they trash the pound, then £20 billion will actually mean the equivalent of £8 billion today. So there is another way of reaching your target than just, so trash the economy and you can devalue to that level. So, how does Britain stand post-Brexit? There are three things that we have noted with Brexit. British researchers want to work and collaborate with European and EU researchers. That is an absolute desire, not quite the sort of Soviet or Russian referendum of 99.29% voting to be part of Russia, but it is close to 95% of all academics did vote to actually remain in the European Union. The biggest change has been the flow of EU talent, which we are missing, and that is because not so much of students wanting to come, but the visa requirements that were put on by the anti-immigration lobbies in the United Kingdom make it more difficult for people from the EU to come to work in Britain. And that is probably the most important. So those of you in this room who might just be contemplating whether Brexit could be good for you, may I just suggest that after 6 years of Brexit, we had a minister who was looking for the benefits of Brexit. Interestingly, as far as we can tell, he couldn't find any. So most of us believe that we were better where we were, but nevertheless, the democratic decision was reached. Now I'm going to turn to brighter matters than focusing on Brexit, because I don't want to focus on pessimism, I want to focus on optimism. And oddly enough, for optimism, I'm choosing the topic of cancer. That's normally a very depressing topic when you actually get, and there are some depressing things about it. But firstly, you have to understand how the funding in the United Kingdom works for life sciences and medicine. Because normally in countries, you think the government controls the majority of funding. And in the case of life sciences in Britain, that is not true. Here you see who puts in the money to research. In the red box, you will see that the pharma industry puts in £4.2 billion a year into research in the life sciences. The government contribution is just that red box. The lower government contributions through the NHS are merely costs for translation and largely transferred into the hospital system to enable them to participate in research. But life sciences is majority funded by charities. That's very difficult to get across. These are not government bodies. We do not take a penny of government money. They are all raised. So the Wellcome Trust has a huge endowment. It has about 15 billion pounds of endowment, and every year puts in 900 million pounds into life sciences in Britain. The next biggest charity is the one that I look after, Cancer Research UK, and we put in between 350 to 400 million pounds a year. To do that, every year we have to raise by public subscription 500 million pounds a year. We have 1 million donors, we have 30,000 volunteers, 600 shops. It is a complete organization across the United Kingdom to raise it. But without that charity, we fund 60% of all cancer research that is in the UK, largely because the Wellcome Trust cannot fund cancer under the terms of the will of the original benefactor of the Wellcome Trust. So that is why what is going on with a charity really matters for cancer research in the United Kingdom. Now, COVID's had a huge impact on cancer. What does it actually mean? We believe now that due to COVID, there are between 60 to 85,000 undiagnosed cancers in the UK. And the one thing with those undiagnosed cancers, what we know is they will all present later, and they will be much more difficult to treat as a consequence. It's not that they're going to go away. They won't go away. They will just present more problems to the patient. Worse still is the backlog of care means that many patients have to wait anywhere up to 70 or 80 days before they can actually start treatment. And this is the waiting time of patients with cancer. Now, why I'm angry about this slide is governments want to always blame COVID for this. Any rational look at that graph is telling you the problem started years before COVID and is a fundamental problem of our healthcare system and our capacity to deliver the care that patients need today. But you can see it is getting worse by the year. And that needs to be solved. It is no good diagnosing a cancer early if you have to wait 4 months for the operation thereafter. So these are cancer headline numbers for the United Kingdom. We have about 375,000 cases of cancer. About 166,000 deaths a year are due to cancer. It's the commonest cause of death in Britain. Be careful of that. If you actually add stroke and cardiovascular disease and all other vascular disease, they will just exceed cancer as a cause of death, but they're normally recorded separately. We believe that the most important measure is how long you can live with a cancer. We're not going to cure it all overnight, but can we improve the 1 in 2 people who can now live 10 years or more in cancer to extend that to 3 in 4 people? And we believe that we genuinely can do that by 2035. The systems and the research is almost there. It's also a question of can you deliver it effectively to patients. The IARC, that's the International Agency for Research in Cancer, projects that in Britain, whatever Britain does, there will be 29% more cancers by 2035. Let's try a small experiment. This hall is great. Can I ask everyone on this side to stand up, please? If you can, that would be great. Those on this side, I want you to look at this lot carefully because they're all going to get cancer. 1 in 2 of us is going to get cancer in our lifetime. Now I'm going to ask the front 2 rows to sit down. Now, guys, this is the lucky bit. You don't have to worry about them because they're going to die. So they're not going to use up much of your taxpayers' money. But this lot, you are going to have to earn enough money to pay for the extra care they're going to need as a result of surviving cancer. So when you look at this, you need to think, do I really want to keep them alive or not? Just ponder that one. Thank you very much indeed. I could give you the numbers, but that gives you the starkness of what we face with cancer today. And if you think this isn't going to happen in Poland, the projections for Poland is that whatever happens will be a 20% increase in cancer in Poland, rising to its projected 245,000 cases a year. And I can tell you that is going to happen even if everyone in Poland stops smoking today. And it's nothing to do with smoking, and they are inevitable numbers because they're actually due to the aging population. What we also know is that the nature of cancers by organ is not going to change by 2035. It'll be exactly the same pattern as we're seeing today. But this is what is going to change. These are numbers to 2040, but the importance is the people who are surviving cancer are older, and they're going to have a more complex set of problems. And even if they survive, they're going to get dementia or something else at the end, which is going to still cost you as a society because you've kept them alive. So remember, the biggest cost to a country of healthcare is the last year of your life. Whether you're 3 years old or whether you're 93 years old, the cost is all incurred in your last year of life. And this statistic is really important because this is what the projection looks like for the United Kingdom, that nearly half of all people with cancer and living with cancer by 2035 will be over the age of 75. And that's a real change in demography. It is not a young person's disease. The good news, if there is good news, is we're getting better at treating cancer. So, the good news for us as potential patients, and particularly for those of you in this half of the room, is you might get cancer, but you'll live longer with it. They'll have to pay for it. The bad news for the government is that it's going to become more expensive to treat. And can the economy actually keep this up? So that progress will continue, and that's the reason to be optimistic. We can make a difference. So what are the big challenges? We need to introduce AI and data-driven systems, and I'm not going to talk about that because I know you have a session on AI later on, but I would just tell you data science is going to be absolutely critical to the complexities both of the science around cancer as well as the management of cancer effectively. Earlier diagnosis and changing treatment plans altogether. Now, to bring us all to the same area, because I know some of you are from the arts and humanities rather than sciences, I want to bring us up to what is cancer. Most of you will think of cancer as breast cancer, lung cancer, prostate cancer. We think of it in organ-based terms. That is not where cancer research is today. Cancer research has had a complete unification of approach. And this stems from a man, Vogelstein, who won the Nobel Prize for this work. And what he showed was that there is an inexorable progression from normal tissue, usually stem cells in that normal tissue. These are pictures in the bowel where a single change will happen, molecular change, which will result in a benign polyp, which will accelerate the rate at which cells divide. And as cells divide more often, more mistakes are made, more mutations happen, and eventually you end up with a cancer. So it is this progression that he identified. So we did a series of studies. These were done in the United States. And what they did was to take the whole genome of 10,000 cancers. And you think, my God, fathers, all those genomes and everything else. Well, along came AI and data interpretation. What did we learn? There are 300 genes only that are the driver mutations that have to change if a cell is going to move from a non-malignant state to a malignant state. And that's great, because with 300 proteins and 300 targets, we can really work with that and change the nature. And more good news for you on this side of the area is that we already have 57% of drugs targeting all those driver mutations. That's probably rising to about 67, which we'll see when this is reviewed later on this year. So another reason to be optimistic. We already begin to have the rudimentary tools to attack cancer at its core for the very reason that it starts. Now, the organization that I work with, Cancer Research UK, got together with the National Cancer Institute in America, and we decided we were going to go around the world and create town hall meetings around the world of cancer investigators. And these are held in the United States, in Europe, in Singapore, Hong Kong, all around. We invite any oncologist to come along. And please take that as an invite, because we're just starting the next cycle. For anyone in Poland who's interested in cancer, please participate. The question the scientists are posed: what are the 10 questions we need to know the answers of if we are to make a significant impact in helping people with cancer? Not how many papers you publish or how many Nature papers or whatever, to make a difference. And every year, every 2 years, we invest £80 million in these programs, which are totally international, with groups from around the world collaborating in these areas. And some of those questions may seem very esoteric to you, but in reality, they are fundamental. How do cells and tissues actually maintain a normal phenotype? You might think that's a strange question for a cancer group to ask, because when you study cancer, the fact is, it's that you remain normal that's the miracle over 90 years, not that occasionally something goes wrong. How can you deliver macromolecules specifically into cancer cells to interfere with the process inside the cell, rather than just trying to kill cells, so that we can get to more benign treatments? Can we cause cells to kill themselves or to die of old age if they are cancer cells? Can we trigger that? Can we find mechanisms to trigger it? And so on and so forth. So they're very fundamental questions, but each with a practical outcome at the end of the day. So let's move on to some of the big questions. Early diagnosis, why does it matter? This is the data if you're diagnosed with stage 1 cancer or if you're diagnosed with stage 4. And this is the likelihood of you surviving 10 years with that cancer. You can see for cancer of the lung, if you could find cancers in stage 1, and the best country doing this is France at the moment, has the best outcomes for this by early screening, you can actually change the system. But those of you who are going to have to pay for this on that side, just beware, because the treatment is training more thoracic surgeons because surgery is going to be the modality of treatment. And in Britain, we've calculated, even if we detected it early, we don't have the thoracic surgeons to do the operations in time to move from stage 1. So it's all tied in. Science and the practicality of delivering care is all joined together and tied in. So that's why getting the diagnosis early matters. And around the world, there are all sorts of tests being tried for blood tests which will predict from tumor cells that are broken away that you can now pick up in the blood to show that somebody has a susceptibility to cancer. Problem. This is data from the laboratories at the University of Cambridge. Every one of those squares is 1 square millimeter of your esophageal surface area. And what they mapped was how many of the cells in that 1 square millimeter already carry a driver mutation. Those of you who still smoke, please look at the bottom line because those are all smokers. That's how quickly you accelerate the mutation rate in your esophagus, never mind anywhere else if you are a smoker. But all those cells will give you a signal in your blood that they carry the mutation. The question is firstly, why is it that not every one of us gets cancer of the esophagus, but it's such a tiny fragment? What is it that goes on here? And I'll tell you, it's not the immune system that's doing this. And secondly, the real question is, how do we detect the signal from the noise ratio that you're going to get when you start screening in blood? So a real problem. But the trials are underway. We are evaluating a study of 140,000 people. So this is driven by Cancer Research UK, funded by the NHS and funded by GRAIL, to actually detect 50 different cancers just by a blood test taken once every year for 3 years. And that trial is underway of people over 50 to 77, the 140,000 is, so we'll get a readout probably in 3 to 4 years whether this is worth introducing as part of a healthcare package. Other screening systems are more straightforward. We have an epidemic of esophageal cancer in Britain at the present time. And again, this is work from Cambridge, is what they do is get you to swallow that pill, and it's attached to a piece of string. When that pill enters the stomach, you take away the gelatin coat, and you get that sort of sponge, furry thing that you get in bathrooms that suddenly opens up in your stomach. You pull it out through the string, up come the cells with that, and then you can analyze those cells. You might think we do cytology on them. No, it's actually done by chemistry and sequencing. You can begin to see if there are abnormal cells, and only those with abnormal cells then go on to cryoablation therapy to spot the early days. And we've just put in £7 million for a trial of 120,000 people to see if this will reduce death. We know it will increase diagnosis, but can we reduce death? So early diagnosis is going to happen, it's going to work, and we have to adapt the healthcare system to ensure it can respond adequately. Now, those of you in the front 2 rows, what will kill you from your cancer is not where the cancer starts. We're very good at getting rid of the primary site of a cancer. What kills you is spread of that cancer. And here, published 3 weeks ago, I want to introduce you to a key player. Now, this molecule, and I'm sorry, you can see it in cross-section in the first area, the cryo-electron microscopic structure of that molecule. And then you have to look to the panel on the right-hand end as I'm looking at it, which is looking down on top of where you see the word pore written. That is where sodium can actually pass into cells. This was a pretty benign receptor that nobody thought very much of, until a piece of work, this is in Nature Genetics, as I said, 3 weeks ago this was published. They noted that the red dots and the blue dots are all mutations which inactivated this particular complex. And they were found in pancreatic, stomach, esophagus, and intestinal cancers. Now, why? What has that got to do? What's a sodium channel got to do with cancer? Well, we now find that if you put this into mouse models, you can treat mice with gadolinium, which I know, Richard, you would be using for different reasons with MR, but gadolinium actually blocks sodium channels. And gadolinium is a very effective blocker of this particular pore. And if mice are treated with cancers are treated with gadolinium, they don't get less tumors, they get an increasing spread and a huge increase in the metastatic potential. And then, the most shocking experiment of all was to take mice with normal mice, no signs of tumor at all, and remove this product. What happens? Hey, normal cells will leave the stomach and suddenly locate in the lung as stomach tissue, or you will develop glomeruli from the kidney in other organs. In other words, it'll go back to where we are embryologically, that migration of cells we always thought was part of the malignant process. What we're actually seeing is what cancer has done is potentially hijack a normal process, and that metastasis can be divorced from the underlying cause of cancer. Now, what that means is we might be able to block metastasis very early on in the disease, prevent that disease spreading, while we tackle the primary source of the tumor, if we can diagnose it early enough. That is a complete paradigm shift, and there's going to be a whole meeting just held on this one topic. That this is really changing thinking, and already in 4 weeks it's completely started whole new programs of research in looking at this. Second conundrum is, you might live for 20 years with your cancer, but cancer cells can migrate and remain totally quiet for 10, 15, 20 years, and then unknown to us, they suddenly come to life again and show spread of that tumor. And this is a really important question, because you think you're cured, and then wham, the cancer still gets you at the end of the day. We see this in breast cancer in particular, but melanoma is a classic cancer that does this. So really important we recognize it, and we can learn to control it. Problem today is a practical one. We can't recognize these cells, we can't find them, and we haven't got any markers to identify them, and yet we know the phenomenon works. So, really important question. It was one of the 10 questions that we threw. Now, we trash the planet. We are causing problems. We talk about the Anthropocene. Is this going to have an impact on cancer? Well, we put a lot of chemicals into the environment, and yes, they do have an effect. Not the ones that you think of. Pesticides are the common ones I always get thrown. There's very, very little evidence that pesticides are actually associated with cancer. They are associated with potentially other things, but not cancer. Let us turn to towns. PM 2.5s, all of you have heard of PM 2.5s, come out of diesel trucks and engines, small particulate areas. Piece of study reported at the European meeting, it's in press at the present time, comes from the unit of Charlie Swanton. And they asked the question that was an age-old question in lung cancer. You have to remember when the first study was done in lung cancer and smoking, which proved the smoking was associated with lung cancer, the initial hypothesis put forward by Dole was that it was the environment in cities that was actually causing cancer. They disproved that and showed that it was cigarette smoke that actually caused most of lung cancer. But we're seeing a growing number of people developing lung cancer who have never smoked. And the question now is what's triggering that? And there are lots of epidemiological studies that have thrown open the idea that our air pollution in cities is actually associated with this epithelial growth factor negative type of cancers. And this group have not only shown the mechanism by which that occurs, it's also mediated by cytokines which enable local inflammatory reactions to happen at the site of that disease. And therefore, we have to ask, are these responsible? And is this another good reason to clean up the environment that we're actually living in? Because this is just one factor we've picked up, but we need to ask the question, are other environmental factors that we are putting in, are they also acting to accelerate the way that with age we develop cancer? So real conundrums. And those of you who are thinking of how much you're going to have to pay in taxes to deal with all of this, just when you thought it was healthcare alone, you're now going to have to worry about the environment because this lot are going to be too ill to earn anything. So this is just adding to your burden. Lastly, I would just like to turn to something that's very personal to me. Those of you who know me know that I actually have a fascination with visual arts and painting. And this is a story that got me started alongside some diaries of Lady Lovelace, who was Byron's lover at the time, who died of cancer. Now, Valentine Goddard-Darrell fell in love and lived with the Swiss expressionist painter Ferdinand Hodler. A very beautiful woman, by all accounts, and she was well. Until in 1913, he painted this portrait of her in a hospital bed where she had been operated on for cervical cancer. You see, she's recovering. She's still in pain, quite obviously. Really, for an expressionist painter, he did particularly well about capturing emotion. And he then did something which is, you might think, obsessional or bizarre, but he continued to paint her. And we have a series of 15 to 20 paintings of portraits of her with increasing complexity. The picture on the left I've selected as one where she found out she had a recurrence of that disease, with virtually no treatment at that point available. The picture on the right he painted as an expressionist painter about the pain. He's using green as the color to get you that emotion of the pain that this woman was in. Just imagine, there are fistulae breaking out all over her body at this point. She's incontinent through the fistulae, in agony which is not really controlled. And then she then painted and captured something that those of us who look after many patients with cancer as they get to the terminal age is this almost effect of turning to the wall. They're actually oblivious to everything that's going on. So when they're not in pain, they are largely oblivious. Look at the way that woman's life has been destroyed. And 24 hours before her death, he painted that picture. What it does is it exemplifies to me why we have to get rid of this horrible, horrible disease and the way it affects individuals. And those pictures, I think, are worth 1,000 words when you look at them. So I started work on cervical cancer. And we engaged with the development of HPV vaccines. And 2 years ago, we were able to do the first study of the national impact of the HPV vaccination campaign in the United Kingdom. And this is the data. Now, it works because different vaccines were offered at different stages and there were changes in the vaccine. So you have built-in control groups into the various cohorts. The line I want you to focus on is the bottom line in red on those two graphs. And there is the scientific interpretation of it. Or I prefer the rather more prosaic interpretation in the accompanying editorial in The Lancet. HPV immunization has successfully almost eliminated cervical cancer in women born since September the 1st, 1995. That is, we're not even seeing the precancerous issues anymore. Now, that's a tremendous vaccine success story so far. 99.6% of cervical cancer is caused by papillomavirus. So prevent the infection, and we might really make a difference. So the problem is the vaccines in America, the vaccines in Europe. That's not where cervical cancer is. And those of you who think, oh, cervical cancer, that's something we don't talk about much. It still is just the second commonest cancer of women after breast. And it's largely because of the density of cervical cancer in South America and Africa. But, and here's the real reason to be optimistic, and it's why I'm optimistic for real improvements in cancer. In 2020, Tedros, who is the head of the WHO, started a campaign. And these are the words he said. Eliminating any cancer would have once seemed an impossible dream. But we now have a cost-effective, evidence-based tool to make that dream a reality. And the WHO have targeted 2050 as the time where we will eliminate 99% of cervical cancer from the world. Eliminate. Women don't have to worry about it anymore. No more screening. Gone. Like smallpox, off the agenda. So, if that isn't a reason to be optimistic, I don't know what is. So while you're portraying all of the problems of climate change, I'm projecting to you an optimism based on progress and high-quality science that has led through decades of basic work into real changes that are changing clinical practice and changing outcomes for patients. So in conclusion, I'm going to leave you with the thought that considerable progress has been made to enhance outcomes for patients with cancer, that COVID has impacted adversely on progress towards better outcomes, but cancer continues to present challenges to understanding mechanisms of carcinogenesis and disease progression in particular. And the key areas: how are risk factors associated with cancer induction and progression? And disease progression means metastatic disease, disease recurrence, and long-term control, such that even if we can't cure all of you, you will die of some other cause, but it won't be cancer. And you don't have to join Valerie Goodell in those last few days of her life. So if we are to achieve and improve the 10-year outcome, then addressing these basic questions, and more importantly, and maybe more difficult, translating them into clinical action at the bedside is what is absolutely essential. But I'm going to leave you with the thought: we have the tools, the ability, potentially some of the funding, and certainly in my case, the desire to see this change for real. Thank you very much.
Professor Borysiewicz, thank you very much for fantastic and very informative talk. Thank you very much once more. The next speaker is pani professor Maria Ciemerych-Litwinienko.
The next speaker is Professor Maria Ciemerych-Litwinienko, and I should say something that I should have said at the very beginning. Unfortunately, at the last moment, Professor Magdalena Zernicka-Getz fell ill, and she couldn't send us a recording of her lecture either. So we thank you very much, Professor, that you agreed to share with us your lecture on stem cells today, yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen,
ale mam nadzieję, że to też będzie dobrze.
so I'll be speaking Polish and I hope that's okay. I thank you very much for inviting me to give this lecture, to presentation. So I learned that yesterday I had to replace, I was Magda, so I apologize in advance for many imperfections of the lecture. And I couldn't refuse this request because, or since this is a great honor for me to speak before you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a fairly new addition to the Academy, and I consider it an honor. And also, because I've known Magdalena for years, for decades, we're very good friends, so I'll be calling her by her first name, Magda, and we worked together for our mentor, Krzysztof Warkowski, Professor Warkowski. He was also a member of the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences. Well, Magda is irreplaceable, is one of the kind, so I do not aspire to replacing her, but I'll tell you about stem cells and how they're investigated and about their use, and because of this very rapid urge to need to replace Magdalena, my presentation is what it is. So yesterday, today, and tomorrow of stem cells or the dance of life. So that is Magdalena's concept of the title.
Nie radzę z mikrofonem. Dobra, tak.
So the first part of my lecture will focus on stem cells, pluripotential stem cells. These are the focus of Magda's work, and I also work on them together with my team. I'll tell you a bit about the history of these cells and
że można świetnie tym wskaźnikiem pokazywać różne rzeczy, ale
try to use that pointer as well as I can. So what is happening during embryonic development? As you may realize, this is the process which may be referred to as programming, so stem cells. So the first cell that you see is a cell which then becomes an embryo, and then asynchronically divided, and then we have an embryo of several cells, or more than 10 cells, until it reaches the stadium of a blastocyte. And let us focus on that stadium. And at this stadium, both the mice embryos and human embryos, well, this is what they look like. They're surrounded with epithelium, with the tracheodermis, and inside there is embryonic node, and from that node, the entire embryonic body will develop. So that is you and me, well, all of us, not only the mammal that you see on the slide. And the pictures that you see underneath, so then 10, day 11, day 13, well, you can see that the embryo is growing complicated and the cells are dividing. So whether us or a mice is born, we're full of cells and tissues. We have about 200 tissues. Well, I say about because that changes because new cells and tissues are being discovered with new functions. And the programming goes like that. At some point in time, an organism consists of specialized cells and instruments, and then it stops because we cannot grow infinitely. And at some point, we come at rest. So During the previous lecture, we heard about cells that would be divided infinitely and will continue their division. But here we have these cells coming addressed. So these are some examples, like a bone, epithelium, and the connective tissue and nerve cells. So all there are able to generate, and they're all contain their specific cells, but they regenerate, or stem cells divide at a different rate. You may know that nervous tissue does not regenerate as quickly and as nicely as the epithelium that we can see at the very center. So that happens, that self-regeneration that occurs through stem cells, which are hidden somewhere in there. They are present in almost all organs, and they are capable of self-regeneration, and they may divide themselves and they renew their population in such a manner that after division, some of them they remain what there are, and some are differentiated and create epithelium. For example, if a tissue is damaged, like you see here on the slide, so these epithelial tissue, they regenerate at a quicker, faster pace. And now about stem cells and their functions. In some cells, the stem cells, which can be described as unipotential, meaning that they can differentiate only in one type of tissue, and this is the tissue which is my field of occupation, which is muscle fiber, and you can see that this is a long fiber which builds your muscles, and once they're these are satellite cells. They may have different name in Polish, but irrespective of where we analyze them, they look the same. So once the muscle fiber is damaged, they proliferate and they restore their they go back to their initial condition. So, for example, if you do some sports and you feel pain in your ache in your muscles, so this is the regeneration or restoration of your muscle fibers. And you're all full of multipotent cells. It's in bone marrow, for example. So these are stem cells. They can be differentiated into erythrocytes, etc. So everything which is in our blood circulation, multipotent, meaning that they can take form of different types of tissues, and these cells are present in any human embryo, and they are used for building tissue in an adult organism. And I'll be speaking about pluripotential cells, which are present in an embryo at a very early stage of development, and the blastocystal stage. So on the right-hand side, you can see mice embryos, but there is not a big difference between mice and human embryos. They are present in uterus. They've been isolated from mice, and what you can see these cells. So this is the embryonic node, and from this node absolutely all cells that create an embryo will be formed, but not cells that build other types of tissue, because such tissues will be formed from another type of cell. So that is important because such pluripotential cells in an embryo Well, that has been known for quite long that these are pluripotential, but it was very unclear how they could be isolated, because at the very top of the pyramid we have totipotent cells. So these are embryos that may form an embryo, etc. Everything which is needed for pregnancy to be successfully ended. But today we'll be focusing on the pluripotential cells, and as a result of many works by embryologists since 1930s, and they accumulated their knowledge and their results about such cells in embryos as a result of the research. From these embryonic nodes, which are marked with red arrows, they succeeded in isolating a line of cells that could be in vitro analyzed and used for an infinite number of divisions. So these were called embryonic stems, ES, and they are very commonly used by Magdalena Krzelnicka-Getz in her research. So the results of research about the cells were published in 1980s. It was 1981 in Nature, Martin Evans and Matthew Kaufman, and later on Gail Martin. She published her paper in PNMS. And 17 years later, such cells were isolated from humans. Thompson et al., Shamrot et al., and as late as in 2008, such cells were isolated from rats. So you can see this delay. So you would think that when in 1981 such wonderful cells could be isolated from mice, one would expect to have the same outcome from humans. So mice is different than humans, and mice is different than rats. So conditions were markedly different here, and that took a bit of work. So embryonic stem cells, ES. So the basis of their pluripotential nature became the basis for many types of research. In 2007, Martin Evans was awarded with the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine. He shared that prize with two other scientists. He obtained mice embryonic stem cells capable of differentiating into all types of tissue that build organism. So therefore, knockout mice without functional abilities could be generated. So that opened the door to development of biology incredibly, but also allowed to develop mice models of various diseases or oncological diseases. Martin Evans, he used to work for Cambridge, and he was the first tutor of Magda Czernicka-Getz. Well, actually, Magda should be covering that, and she should be speaking about her results. So now, let me now go back to Martin Evans. So, when it comes to these embryonic stem cells, was that the embryo had to be destroyed to generate such embryonic stem cells, which was a major issue when it comes to human embryo. And a separate lecture could be devoted to this issue. So, being in the possession of this knowledge, so having the knowledge about how embryonic stem cells functioned, and with data from any other research on differentiation, efforts were made to generate cells that wouldn't come with such ethical challenges. And Mice fibroblasts were successfully generated by applying reprogramming techniques, and I'll describe that in a moment. So these cells have exactly the same, well, quite similar features similar to embryonic stem cells, so they can differentiate into any tissue which builds an organism, and a complete organism can be generated from that in vitro, etc. And they have been described as induced pluripotent cells, so IPS. And who did that? So the first work on the reprogramming was published in 2006, and it was published in Cell. Takahashi Yamanaka, they transformed fibroblasts by using a very smart method into such colonies of pluripotential induced pluripotent stems, which were very similar to embryonic stem cells. And as early in 2007, these scientists, Yamanaki's group, they generated such cells from human fibroblasts, and these fibroblasts are present below our epithelium, and they produce collagen. As I told you,
to, co się dzieje podczas rozwoju zarodkowego, możemy określić mianem programowania.
That could be described as programming, which is happening at the embryonic stage, which is differentiation in vitro, which may lead to regeneration of tissue in an adult organism. So cells could be reprogrammed or pre-programmed, so that was truly a great achievement. So these embryonic stem cells, or these IPS cells, so that formed the basis for analyzing differentiation. Scientists can use that in very many different ways. So that was the basis for differentiating human cells, but before generating human pluripotential cells, that was not possible.
Tu jeszcze napisałam, przepraszam.
Okay, so I have written here, it gives us a possibility to compare differentiating mechanisms between mice cells and human cells, because mice are considered to be model organisms. And in 2012, the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine went to Shinya Yamanaka and John Gurdon for proving that cells building adult organisms can be reprogrammed in such a way that they will become pluripotent. There will be additional slide for this award. Why John Gurdon? Shinya Yamanaka, I guess it is written here. Yes, standing on the shoulder of giants, Martin Evans and John Gurdon. Martin Evans received embryonic stem cells. Thanks to that, you could test pluripotence mechanisms, and John Gurdon was the person with a lot of contribution and plenty of achievements in the biology of development, and he created the first model of cloning animals. He cloned reptiles, and he was the guru of cloning and the guru of gene expression. So Shinya Yamanaka stood on his shoulders. So they were both winners of the Nobel Prize. And as I've said, reprogramming out of adult organism cells, we receive pluripotent cells, and we can reference them in vitro in various tissues. So reprogramming, how did it happen? Yamanaka, knowing what factors are necessary for pluripotence, introduced them into fibroblasts of mice, coding genes. These factors are but inactive in mice fibroblasts, and he introduced active forms of these factors, led to their expression in mice, and received pluripotent cells. looks simple, but it was a huge amount of work. Dozens of factors were tested, but there is a classical combination of 4 factors used till today. And when such cells appeared, induced pluripotent cells, which were obtained without any ethical dilemmas, there was a vision of cell therapy. And the first one, which was carried out using these cells, was a therapy of a sick mouse. And the mouse was sick with sickle cell anemia. It was the mouse with a hemoglobin coding gene, so a normal hemoglobin was not generated, and it simply generated sickle cells of blood, and they are not a good transporter of gases, and a person ill with sickle cell anemia, well, their cells look like that. And what happened in order to test cell therapy? Jacob Hanna, you will see this name many times, so I just wanted to highlight that Jacob Hanna was the first author of the publication and of the work with the first cell therapy. It was the therapy which aimed at treating an organism of a mouse with a genetic defect, so which the right gene coding mice hemoglobin was replaced with gene coding mutated hemoglobin, like mutated genes, so the mouse did not produce hemoglobin. And out of the tails of this mouse, fibroblasts were isolated, mutated fibroblasts. They were transformed by the factors I mentioned before into pluripotent cells, and they were repaired because the right coding gene was introduced, and these cells were analyzed in various ways. Then they were differentiated towards hematopoietic cells, and precursor cells were obtained. They were transferred to the fibroblast donor mouse, and as a result, the mouse was treated. So actually, it was a proof of concept that cell therapy is feasible. And then after this work, which was published after IPS were obtained, the first cell therapies were carried out, hemophilia, muscular dystrophy, many others. I'm not going to discuss them in detail. There were attempts at cell therapy in retinopathy, and 2 years after the first publication of IPS, there was another work from George Daly's lab when IPS were obtained from patients suffering from all these diseases that you can see in the slide. And it was a breakthrough, actually, because it was a step forward in the research, because it turned out that by obtaining these cells, you may differentiate them in vitro if some cells are affected with a disease, and you can test molecular diseases which are at the foundation of these diseases, and you may work on therapies of these diseases. So these things are happening. I guess Professor Dulak will talk more about that. He will talk about gene therapies, he will talk about cellular therapies, so it is up to him to tell you more about that. Let me go back to pluripotent cells, IPS, ES, in vitro programming, and throughout this whole period of intense studies and research using these cells, they were differentiated, so programmed just like in case of an organism's development, but these methods were not perfect. Usually it was about one type of cells, like cardiomyocytes or neurons. Never has it happened that there were some complex combinations until the beginning of 2000s, because here you can see mouse cells in 1981, human embryonic stem cells 1998, IPS in 2006 and 2007. And in 2018,
ale jak powiedziałam na początku,
it is a photo from 2018, so
zaczęto starać się
they started to differentiate these cells in organoids, so systems where there are 2 or 3 kinds of cells obtained from iPS or ES. It is to the left organoid, to the left. It is built of neuronal cells called mini brain. Up to a point, it reflected various relations between the cells that we have in brain development. And now you will see a slide, and I will go slightly to the side. I will not talk about ES-IPS, but I will show you a photo. It is a mouse blastocyst. It's been grown in special conditions in vitro for 2 weeks. It was possible in the UK, regulations allowed for that, and this publication in Nature Cell Biology was a breakthrough of Science 2016. 46% of respondents voted for this discovery, a possibility of studying and checking what is happening in embryonic development of a human being using in vitro. Now let me move on to the second part of my lecture. It is called The Dance of Life. So Magda Żernicka gets, unfortunately she couldn't be here in person, she is very sorry for that, but I have to say that the dance of life is her phrase, the phrase that she uses, and the embryo in vitro that I've just shown to you was from Shabazi's studies, from Żernicka's team, and they carried this test out. Magda Żernicka is holding a photo of one of the embryos she studied and she tested at the University of Cambridge, UK. Now she's running a lab in the US in Caltech. Dance of Life. Why the Dance of Life? Because she's the author of the book published in the UK, US, Poland, several other countries, and that's precisely the title, The Dance of Life. It is where she describes how she reached the stage of becoming a biologist of cell, and she also describes mechanisms translated into differentiating of cells and what led her to study these particular problems. Now let us go back to blastocytes. So let us look at the structure, because I would like to focus on Magda Żernicka's studies. In pink and red, you can see an embryonic node. In green, primary endoderm, so the first line, which is created due to differentiation of embryonic node cells. And in blue, trophectoderm, so it is epithelium which is responsible for implantation, the embryo in the uterus. Each of these lines gave some stem cells that can be grown in vitro. It is also very important. And what Magda always says during her speeches, maybe not always, but she repeats that quite often, is that we can study these embryos grown in vitro up to a point when they are prepared for implantation. Then, until Nature Cell Biology, well, then we don't know what happens. We can obtain embryos, there are static tests, but we don't have an insight into its development after implantation. Implantation is like a black box. All these embryos go there into this black box, and we can only study them in a static condition. Her obsession, I would say, was preparing a method of growing these cells, obtaining embryos in vitro that would make it possible to carry out these studies. They will simply remove this black box. they would tell us what is happening around implantation. It is not like whimsical, it is very crucial because many problems, developmental problems, come up precisely at this period, and we cannot test the mutation result in various genes if we can't observe the stage of development of in vitro embryo. And as I've said, her work of 2016 showed that a human embryo can be grown in vitro for 2 weeks. And for ethical reasons, there were many doubts, many concerns, because, well, it is a human embryo. Let me remind you what a blastocyst looks like. Every cell line gave actually a line of stem cells that can be grown in vitro, and they can be used for studies. And here, Nature Cell Biology, Professor Żernicka-Gertz's team and their work showing at the top normal development, blastocyst differentiation, and it shows that if we take these 3 cell lines, if we mix them together in vitro studies, they have spontaneous ability to organize themselves into embryonic cylinders very similar to the ones that we can see in vivo. At the bottom, you can see photos which show how they can organize like that. So for 4 days, such results were obtained. It is very important. Why is it so important? Because if we prepare that, and Jacob Hanna comes into the picture, one of techniques prepared by him was obtained precisely in his lab, and his work was published in parallel of Magda Żernicka's team. Magda's was published in Nature, Jacob Hanna's in Cell, and they exchanged their experiences and some ideas for growing embryos were from Hanna's lab, and using these cells. Sorry, I guess I've lost the circle. All right, it is very difficult to handle, actually. So you can see 3 kinds of cells, and they have managed out of these stem cells of 3 types to receive in vitro differentiating pizza schemes. I'm not showing original drawings. Have a look at the publication. And there is differentiation of developing embryos, and the system of tissues is identical with the normal embryo. Go to the right of the slide. You can see the embryo where the nerve system is being created, the heart, and intestines. So in vitro, they have managed to reflect or to obtain embryonic development, which is highly advanced. And the title was Embryo Model Completes Gastrulation to Neurulation and Oncogenesis. Marvelous, marvelous. As a biologist of development, I have to say it is so impressive because it allows for further studies and may seem complicated. So I'm not going to discuss this slide in detail, but I just wanted to say one thing. Here you have NE, normal embryo, ethics, manipulated embryos. So the first line, the second and third, fourth, these are norm versus experiment, couples like that. And small dots show expression of genes. And you could say that these 2 genes are very similar between normal embryos from mice and artificial embryos. So actually this comparison of the majority of genes shows that in artificial embryos, as Magda calls them, the expression is very similar. So the experimental model is great. And in an overview by Bauer Żernicka-Getz, she described what they are doing as synthetic embryonic. So out of the cells that you can see at the top, XEN, endodermal, ESC, or embryonic stem cells, or TSC, trophectodermal. After mixing them, you may obtain synthetic embryos. So the ones to the right are induced pluripotent cells. So you do not obtain them from embryos, you get them from fibroblasts. Neutral in ethical terms, and Magda has shown that out of such cells you may have XEN, ESC, TSC, so you may, on the basis of our own experience, we can simply have such results. Synthetic embryology requires the right equipment, hydrogels, microwells, but you need knowledge about signaling factors, particles stimulating differentiation into what tissue. And Magda is standing on the shoulders of giants, all of us, like Evans, Yamanaka, Gurdon, because it allows us to carry on our tests. So thanks to synthetic embryology that Magda is describing, Jacob Hanna has emphasized that too. We can see a path towards fundamental research, testing drugs, preparing customized medicine, and the most far-fetched is tissue engineering. Hanna has emphasized that perhaps in this way, when you have embryo-like development, you may be able to receive better tissues, more physiological tissue than the ones that we have obtained so far. When we look at tissue engineering, I'd like to say several sentences about number 3, the third part of the presentation. I've talked about the history of stem cells. I talked about Magda Żernicka, now about my lab.
So my lab is where I work, and I will describe very briefly what we do there. We use stem cells, we do regeneration. So this is the cytology unit of the Warsaw University. We talk about differentiation of skeletal muscles. Don't look very much into this slide. I just want to tell you that every single piece of our body, every single organ is created in a very complicated way. So we have several issues that are necessary for development of skeletal muscles. So we have differentiation into myoblasts, embryonic myoblasts, and then we have the fusion of myoblasts. They create fast shrinking and low shrinking fiber that need nerves for mature, normally operating muscles to be built, which are a mixture of fast progressing fiber. And all these organisms are extremely complicated, and they must be well analyzed to understand how to treat them if needed. And the skeletal muscles that we all have in large masses, they all contain stem cells. So these are satellite cells. When we damage our skeletal muscles, they're responsible for repairing the muscles. So the entire regeneration with satellite cells is not always efficient. Sometimes they are deficient. There is this satellite cell deficiency. There must be insufficient because of extensive muscle damage, or sometimes we grow them to treat cancer. So sometimes there could be a dystrophy of muscles as a result of an oncological disease. So there are several ways to approach it, especially in case of vascular dystrophy or muscle damage. We consider using such stem cells, and IS, iPS stem cells do not always readily differentiate into myoblasts, myotubes, muscle fibers, but we analyze transfer of signal during myogenic transfer. We also analyze the impact of PAX7 in myogenic differentiation. We also recently focused on inappropriate ossification of muscles in patients. And we also analyze microRNA in differentiating ES cells in a regenerating muscle material in the transfer of signal. But I'm not going to go into detail here, that would take too long. Let me just present my team. I cannot present all my members of my team because that would take too long. And at the end of my presentation, let me tell you that all these people whom I have just presented at the end of my lecture and who are very important, and actually they brought me here, and owing to them I'm also a member of this academy. For many years we're extremely active in promoting our activity. We promote well-grounded and real knowledge about stem cells. So here we have the name of the consortium, which is no longer that's heavily promoted. We used to be a member of the consortium, and that consortium has created a website. That website was presenting very reliable knowledge about stem cells, and now we operate within EuroGCT, a consortium which promotes well-founded knowledge, evidence-based knowledge within our area of expertise. So that's the European Consortium for Communicating Gene and Cell Therapy information to the European Consortium. Our PhD students and employees, they translate text or they prepare the papers, and I strongly recommend this website, EuroGCT. We have 47 institutions from all over Europe. I've said that we are a member of this consortium for many years. That's the University of Warsaw, Faculty of Biology, and last year we were joined by Jagiellonian University. So there are two Polish universities, and this is a very important part of what we do. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Bardzo dziękuję pani profesor.
Professor, thank you so much.
Dziękuję za to, że pani profesor w ostatniej chwili
And professor, we appreciate it very much that you agreed to help us at the last moment. But in the middle of this lecture, we felt as if Professor Magdalena Rzewnicka-Getz had been with us.
Dziękujemy bardzo. Proszę państwa, ja myślę, że
Excellent lecture, thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that these two first lectures presented us the passionate, full of passion world of biological research. So much is happening there, and that was so interesting to hear about oncological disease therapy. And we'll talk about it more tomorrow during our panel sessions. So tomorrow we'll hear from Professor Dulak, Professor Juskowicz. So all that will be devoted to similar concepts. And tomorrow we'll continue in the large meeting room at the seat of the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences, and we'll have some opportunities for debate. Unfortunately, because of technical issues, we cannot have a discussion here today. Ladies and gentlemen, the last lecture in this part of our conference will be given by Laura Spinney, a British science journalist and non-fiction writer, The Post-Pandemic World.
Madame The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And I would like to first thank the Academy for the invitation to speak today. I'm extremely honored to be here. My theme today is the post-pandemic world. And by way of apology for taking us back to English, I have a single slide to inflict on you, which I'm going to say a few words about before I dive into my theme. It is a slide which contains quite a lot of information. I don't know if you can read the labels from there, probably not, but it was a slide that was created almost exactly 10 years ago for an exhibition at the Wellcome Collection in London. It's called Death in the 20th Century. And basically it's showing you the main causes of death in the last century. So you've got infectious, no wait, I need to point it that way. Infectious, okay. Infectious diseases there. Over here, non-communicable diseases. They made some strange decisions. They put cancer here separately from non-communicable diseases, although Professor Borishevich explained to me this morning that although cancers are normally classified with non-communicable diseases, they do have an infectious component, so that may be why they put those separately. There are some other odd decisions. So, for example, humanity here being a large cause of death, 980 million. One of the smaller circles that comes off humanity is ideology. So they've sort of separated ideology out, which is quite interesting when you think about how deeply ideology and, for example, health outcomes are linked. Just to give two obvious examples, the diseases that come in the wake of wars, inevitably, and the fact that in the colonial period, the health of the colonized people was always worse than that of the colonizers. What else? There are some really interesting facts in here. So, for example, can I get it down here at the bottom right-hand corner? That is the natural world, that circle there. And off the natural world here is famine. And off famine is the Soviet famine of the early 1930s, which it says here killed around 9 million people. So I think it's an interesting choice to put that under the natural world, but you know, maybe we could discuss that. So, for example, this chart tells you that Nazism killed roughly as many people as natural disasters in the 20th century. It tells you that tobacco killed roughly the same number of people as war, and that snake bites killed roughly the same number of people as illegal drugs. So I think it may have its faults, this chart, but I think it's a really interesting rough guide to the main threats to humanity. So I will come back to this chart, and it does tie into my theme, but I'm not going to go to the theme proper, which is the post-pandemic world, and I'm going to separate it into 4 parts. I think that I can't talk about the post-pandemic world without first asking the question, is the pandemic over? So that's the first section. Then, assuming it is over, more or less, we can discuss, what can we expect to see in its wake by reference to history? What changes have we seen already? What might the future hold? So that's how I'm going to structure this talk. Part 1, is the pandemic over? Well, technically speaking, the answer to that question is very simple. No. The World Health Organization declared a public health emergency of international concern on the 30th of January 2020. It declared a pandemic a few weeks later on the 11th of March, and it hasn't declared either over. So technically, globally, we're still in this pandemic. But I think that people in many parts of the world are already behaving as if it's a distant memory. So how do you decide when a pandemic is over? It's a difficult call, even if you just restrict yourself to the acute part of the disease. So in the case of COVID or flu, which has caused most pandemics throughout history, when are the respiratory symptoms over? When is that surge of respiratory disease considered to have passed its pandemic phase in most of the world? By reference to 1918, the largest pandemic, worst pandemic of modern times, the one I wrote a book about just before COVID happened, the waves of that pandemic were staggered across the world. So, for example, in New York City, they declared the pandemic over on the 5th of November 1918, but they had a resurgence in the early months of the following year, and the pandemic was still raging, that acute phase of the disease, in the Pacific Islands in July 1921. So that's quite a difficult call just on its own, the acute disease. What about the longer health effects of the disease? So in the case of COVID, we're now just realizing the extent of the problem that long COVID may present us. There was also a sort of long flu after the 1918 flu, though people didn't really call it that. And it was similar in the sense that it was also very diverse in the bodily systems that it affected, probably many syndromes in one. And that could go on for months or years. Sometimes it affected people their whole life long. Sometimes it cleared up in a few weeks or months. But it was if you include that in the definition of your pandemic, it makes it even harder to call the end of the pandemic, and it certainly goes on for longer. What about the even longer term effects? So, for example, in the 1918 pandemic, pregnant women, in general, men died more than women in that pandemic, but there was one group that was particularly vulnerable of women, and that was pregnant women. They had miscarriages at shockingly high levels, died at shockingly high levels. Also, by the way, COVID seems to provoke miscarriages and premature births, and we don't really know yet what impact it's having on the babies in the womb. That remains to be seen. But so many babies in 1918 didn't survive, so it left a dent in the population. Some of them did survive to be born, and there's research that's shown that as those babies grew up, they were less likely, because all their organs were affected by the stresses which they were subjected to in the womb. All their organs were affected. They were shown to be less likely to graduate as young adults, less likely to be able to get a good job, earn a decent wage, more likely to go to prison, more likely to claim disability benefit, and to suffer from heart disease after the age of 60. So their entire lives were affected. And since that generation's life expectancy has only recently passed, you could say that if you measure it that way, the 1918 pandemic only recently passed. Anyway, that's the reason why the American economist Douglas Armand in the year 2006 felt able to write a paper with the title, "Is the 1918 Influenza Pandemic Over?" That was in 2006. Or you could address the problem a different way. You could look at it from the point of view of the virus. When does the pandemic strain become tamed? When does it become endemic, or something we're forced to live with that may have sort of a seasonal pattern of outbursts like flu? The mortality curve of seasonal flu and of some pandemic flus is a sort of U-shape, meaning the very young and the very old are the most vulnerable. In 1918, the mortality curve was roughly W-shaped, meaning the very young, the very old, and an intermediate age group of the 20 to 40-year-olds were vulnerable. It took until about 1928, so that full next decade, for that W to bottom out in the U of a seasonal flu. So if you look at it just from the shape of the death pattern that this flu provoked, it took 10 years to stop being pandemic. Then the H1N1 subtype of flu that caused the 1918 pandemic continued to circulate in the world, now as a seasonal endemic form, until 1957, when it was ousted by the subtype of influenza A that caused the next pandemic in that year, which was H2N2. And even then, afterwards, all the flus that caused the subsequent pandemics and that circulated in the world as seasonal forms retained most of the internal genes of that 1918 virus. That is, the genes that control many important functions of the virus, although not the surface antigens. And that persisted right up till 2009 when H1N1, the same subtype that caused the 1918 pandemic, re-erupted in a new pandemic in a moderated form. So in a way, that 1918 pandemic strain altered the viral landscape of flu in an irreversible way that we're still living with. Obviously, we don't still say that the 1918 pandemic is continuing today. And the bottom line is that we decide when a pandemic ends. We decide when the level of illness and death is essentially has returned to a level that we consider no longer justifies measures of extra special measures of containment, that this is a level of morbidity and mortality that we can tolerate and that we can consider something we live with. And that, interestingly, is different all around the world. So, for example, you see Japanese people closing schools, donning masks in winter when we don't consider that justified in many parts of Europe. So back to COVID, you see that happening now in many parts of the world. We've already made that decision, even though by many of the other measures that I've discussed, the long-term effects, the effects on those in the womb and so on, it isn't behind us by a very long chalk. So let's say it's over. What changes might we expect by reference to past pandemics in the wake of COVID? I'm going to give some examples from the wake of the 1918 pandemic. This list is by no means exhaustive, but the first obvious impact of a pandemic is demographic. So the latest estimates from medical historians and others who work on the 1918 pandemic is that somewhere between 50 and 100 million people died of that pandemic. So to put that in a little bit of perspective, the First World War with which it overlapped is considered to have killed roughly 18 million people, 1/8. And COVID, to date, officially has killed approaching now 7 million people. That is, people who've died with a positive COVID diagnosis. But if you measure it differently by excess mortality, that is the people who have died in addition to what you might expect in a non-pandemic year, the number is closer to 23 million. But that number, let's say we take the 23 million as the official death toll of COVID so far, is over a global population that's 4 times as large as it was in 1918. So by any measure, really, COVID is nowhere near in the same league as 1918 in terms of the impact on the population. Nevertheless, it has, as happened in 1918, at least temporarily reversed life expectancy trends. It's made a very distinct dent in those curves, and it's particularly visible in ethnic minorities, in black people versus white, for example, in the US. In 1918, the years following that and the First World War, there was a baby boom, very marked, in the 1920s. And for a very long time, that was put down to the First World War. This, of course, is a big problem with looking at the effects of the 1918 pandemic, is how do you disentangle those effects from those of the Great War? And so the baby boom was for a long time put down to the war, the idea being that the men came back from the front and you had a new wave of conceptions. But that doesn't explain some cases that have come to light since. So, for example, Norway, which was neutral in the war, the men did not go away, and it still had a baby boom. So this has led some people to think that perhaps the pandemic contributed to that baby boom. The mechanism proposed is that the pandemic essentially purged the world of a lot of people who would have died of other causes, notably tuberculosis, sometime later. This was a time, obviously, where infectious diseases were far more prevalent than they are today and were still the main killers of humanity. And so by purging the global population of all these people who were fragilized by other diseases, it left behind a smaller, healthier population that then was able to reproduce at higher rates. So those are some of the demographic changes that pandemics can have. There are also obviously social changes, some of which are triggered by the demographic changes. After 1918, there was an economic boom to mirror the baby boom, at least until the Wall Street crash of 1929 put a stop to that. Women very clearly benefited from that pandemic and the war because they were drawn into the workforce, and I think historians agree that gave a very significant boost to female independence and to them getting the vote eventually. But as we've seen also in the wake of COVID, there was a great deal of xenophobia following that pandemic, this human tendency we seem to have to blame the other for the incoming infection. And you saw that in very concrete developments, such as the US placing very strict controls on immigration from the early 1920s, the revival of the Ku Klux Klan in America, and the first Red Scare in that same country, which was definitely due, at least in part, to the fact that people saw how unequally they were being treated by the pandemic, that the poorer and more disadvantaged and more socially excluded you were, the more likely you were to die. And that made quite a lot of people quite angry and fed into a kind of more general sense of disgruntlement that had obviously been very present, at least since the Russian revolutions. There's obviously some blur between social and geopolitical, but there has been a century-long discussion about whether the 1918 pandemic had an impact on geopolitics at the time. I think most historians agree that it accelerated the end of the First World War. A small minority have even argued that it affected the outcome of the war, in that it selectively disproportionately punished the Central Powers, who were essentially much hungrier at that point, therefore more vulnerable to the infection because of the Allied blockade and other reasons. But that is a controversial discussion. There's also a suggestion that it affected the peace, because the third wave of the pandemic arrived in Paris just as the peace conference got underway in Versailles, and some important players in that conference came down with the disease and were unable perhaps to make the contribution they would have otherwise done. There have also been discussions about whether it pushed India closer towards independence, South Africa closer towards apartheid. Probably contributed to all these things in ways that are difficult to identify. There were medical effects. It gave a push to the development of socialized medicine, the idea of healthcare being free at the point of delivery, which had been discussed prior to the pandemic, but now began to be implemented from the 1920s on, first in Russia. International health bodies, public health bodies, existed before the pandemic, but they were essentially data-gathering bodies. After the pandemic, you see the first international bodies being created that are proactively promoting public health, coordinating national responses to international crises, and these are the forerunners of today's World Health Organization. And you also see scientific changes from the 1930s. Virology becomes a field in its own right. Epidemiology, which is the study of patterns in disease and causes and effects, the bedrock of good public health, becomes a field in its own right. You see the first effective flu vaccines coming online from the 1930s as a result of these reorganizations of the way science is done. And also, just, I'm going to say in passing, I raised the hypothesis in my book, because honestly nobody's done any research, or hadn't done at that time anyway, on this subject. Did the pandemic shape artists' consciousness from the late 1910s? I argue that it did have an impact, that before that the romantics who were painting and writing and so on were using disease as a metaphor very often. Now this pandemic forced disease into their consciousness and became a subject worthy of treatment in its own right, and it's remained there ever since. Okay, so that's 1918. What changes have we seen, if any, so far post-COVID? I mentioned a demographic. The impact is much smaller. It's not going to be in the same league as the 1918 pandemic, whatever happens from here on out. Also, as I mentioned, the 1918 flu affected that relatively young age group of the 20 to 40-year-olds, the producers, the workers, the pillars of families at that time, at a time when there wasn't much social welfare in place in even the wealthiest countries. The acute phase of COVID, of course, has a very different demographic profile. It's still a disease of the elderly, generally speaking, unless you have other diseases, comorbidities, underlying conditions. That is not true of long COVID, though. Long COVID seems to affect all age groups, possibly women more than men. And so we're going to have to see how that pans out, really. But there is a different age profile here. But then we had these very severe countermeasures to COVID. We had lockdowns, for example, and we have to also take into consideration how those impacted on the working population. Have we seen a baby boom? There are people asking that question right now. The picture across the board looks rather patchy at the moment. I was just speaking to some demographers last week. It looks like we've had baby booms, or at least positive trends, in northern wealthy countries. Less so busts or negative trends in southern Europe and in Chile. That's what it looks like at the moment. We haven't finished seeing it yet, of course. We have seen that impact on life expectancy, which was lower in 2020 globally than in 2015. And these demographic effects are, as they did in 1918, feeding into social phenomena. So we have this mass disabling event, as it's being called now, of long COVID, which economists are already starting to say may account for the lion's share of the burden of COVID overall. I think that's a really important point, because I think we have a tendency to overlook this long tail of pandemics, and if we didn't overlook it, if we took it into account, we may make very different decisions about how to contain the disease right at the beginning, because this is something that's going to be having a human and a financial and a social impact for years and possibly decades to come. There was an economic recovery, but that seems to have been a little bit drowned out by the looming economic crisis. So it may be that the positive, the green shoots of recovery that do tend to come in the wakes of pandemics will be drowned, or at least muted this time. Again, we'll have to wait and see. And rather than being a positive force for women, it's probably been a regressive force, COVID. Women were anyway earning lower wages, so they were more vulnerable, especially to the countermeasures for containing the disease when support wasn't put in place. They also shouldered, for example, most of the childcare burden during those lockdowns. And you can see that now in numbers. In the US, for example, more than 2.3 million women left the workforce between 2020 and 2021. We've seen other changes socially too. The acceleration towards remote working is an obvious example, but also perhaps less obvious so far, an acceleration again of trends that were already in place beforehand, but to the embracing of technology and remote processes in, for example, justice, medicine, education. COVID presented us with an enormous natural experiment in these domains. And I think, there have been pros and cons, but people are working their way towards some kind of hybrid that won't look anything like what we were doing before. Travel will also be different. It looks like leisure travel is bouncing back, but business travel probably never will. It's down by 20%, and that's expected to stay like that way. There was a very interesting, I'm not sure whether this comes into social or geopolitical, but a study done at Cambridge last year by a psychologist called Leo Zmigrod, and she did a gigantic survey, 250,000 people in 47 countries, and the outcome of that was something we might have suspected already, but she showed a very tight correlation between the prevalence of infectious diseases and authoritarian attitudes. So, and though she collected the data for that study before the pandemic, she says that the picture with COVID has only reinforced it. Basically, outbursts of infectious disease, epidemics, pandemics, push people, globally speaking, to the right, to more authoritarian tendencies. Has that contributed to the turbulence we all perceive, I think, now? Almost certainly. We saw a revival or a stimulus given to the Black Lives Matter movement all over the world. It's been argued that it was a factor in the overturning in the USA of Roe versus Wade, and it may also have fed into the tensions which led to Russia's invasion of Ukraine in February. What about scientifically? And this is the last point I'll make in this section. I think that the scientists that I've spoken to throughout the pandemic would identify 3 areas where it has made a big difference scientifically. 3 revolutions, if you like. The first one is a data revolution. This is the first pandemic for which we've been able to collect pretty good data on morbidity and mortality in pretty close to real time. So we've had a picture of this pandemic evolving. Anyone who had access to the internet really could watch this pandemic evolve from the beginning and all the way through, and in an increasingly good way as the data became more reliable. We've also had a revolution in pathogen sequencing. We've watched this pandemic evolve not just in terms of the numbers of human casualties, but in the way that the virus itself has evolved and produced new strains. We have names for them. That's never happened before. We've been able to see it evolve in real time in that sense too. And the third revolution, of course, is in vaccinology, the mRNA vaccines, which are presumably protecting most of us in the room and most people in the world, and have staved off the worst of the pandemic until now. And those vaccines will change vaccinology in a permanent way. There are already trials ongoing for developing mRNA vaccines against diseases such as TB and HIV, and there will be no looking back in that field. But I think it's too early to see the whole picture of how COVID is going to change us, not only because by many measures it's not actually over, but also because it's just too soon to see what its impact is going to be. So by reference, I think this is really interesting. Some commentators who I follow, at least in the UK press, were already saying quite early on in the pandemic, so where's this new social contract we're supposed to be seeing? You know, there was one after 1918, there was one after the Black Death. Why aren't we seeing it here? It's not happening here. And I think it's far too early. I think that the turbulence and the struggles that we're seeing in the world now are probably just the beginnings of the negotiation of some kind of new contract. You know, what COVID did is that it showed us the inequities in the world. It showed up the inequalities. And now it's for us to decide what we want to do about those. But equality has never advanced in the world without massive social and political mobilization, and that's going to be true today as it always has been. There's been a lot of discussion as to whether the Roaring *20s, whether we expect to see those after this pandemic as we did in a century ago. Maybe so. As I mentioned, we've had a little bit of a baby boom in some parts of the world, maybe a little bit of an economic recovery, though, as I said, it looks like it's about to be drowned out. It's also a much smaller dent in the population, of course, the pandemic, so maybe we should not expect such a big rebound as we did then. And we have yet, again, to see the full impact of long COVID. The WHO, I noticed the other day, estimated that 17 million people in the European region alone are suffering or were diagnosed with long COVID in the first 2 years of the pandemic. That's nowhere near the final tally. The CDC, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in the US, estimates that 1 in 5 people may be affected. On the other hand, I think that there is a sense in the world, and this is not particularly scientific, of a kind of openness to new ideas and innovation in many fields that can perhaps be attributed to COVID, and that definitely characterized the 1920s. So maybe there's some kind of psychological parallel we can draw there. I'm thinking about, for example, in e-medicine, where the idea of practicing a lot of medicine remotely, embracing electronic health records and teleconsultations. Many people saw some of the obstacles to that before the pandemic as insurmountable. And now I think there's more of an attitude of, yes, there are problems, there are definitely problems, but we need to find solutions to them, and we will find solutions to them because we have seen the advantages and the benefits of telemedicine, of the way that it increases access to medicine. And similar things are going on with education and in justice, I think. What about medical? Okay, well, this is sort of somewhere between medical and social. I think that COVID may have at least reinforced in people's minds the legitimacy of public investment in healthcare, whereas more people might have questioned that before the pandemic. And we have experimented with new ways of funding the kinds of measures, such as vaccines, that we would like to have in place before the next pandemic erupts. So the kind of public-private partnerships that we saw give rise to the vaccines that are protecting us now, those are going to be, I think, they're probably here to stay. They can be refined, but it's a new model that came about as a result of COVID. But I think what is interesting to say about all these changes is that it's not going to be the same across the board. So different countries, different societies will respond to COVID in different ways, depending on where they find themselves in the historical cycle. I think that pandemics don't bring a fixed set of changes. What they do is they accelerate trends that were already underway there. So I referred earlier to, did the 1918 pandemic accelerate the move towards independence in India? Did it accelerate apartheid in South Africa? Both of those things have been suggested. Obviously, they're very different results, but those things were underway already in those countries. And I think that the 1918 pandemic just highlighted some of the issues and pushed those countries towards them. And likewise, after the Black Death of the mid-14th century, there was for a long time a narrative that the Black Death ushered in a new social contract, that it ended serfdom, that it had wiped out so many workers in Europe, for example, that the ones who remained were in a position now to renegotiate their status, their wages, their rights, and to get a better deal for themselves. But as the French economist and historian Thomas Piketty has pointed out, that certainly wasn't the case everywhere. In fact, in some parts of Europe, you saw landowners and employers becoming more coercive, precisely because the labor was in short supply. They became more coercive of it. And his point was that given the same shock, given the same set of facts, people in different places will respond differently depending on the narrative they construct around those facts and the ideology they hold. Which brings me to my last point about narratives and the stories and memory. Because if we don't remember the things that happen to us, then we don't construct a narrative, and then nothing changes, or at least nothing changes sustainably. So I think it's pertinent to ask the question, will we remember COVID? Here, 1918 is not a good precedent. Until COVID came along, it was essentially treated as a footnote to the First World War, whereas, as I pointed out, it killed many, many more people. In fact, that's why I wrote my book, because I was deeply shocked that this thing had happened and had been written out of history. With regards to COVID, I have been in touch with this question absolutely fascinates me. So I asked the people in memory studies who I know right at the beginning, what do you think, what do you guess will happen after COVID? Will we forget, like we did before all pandemics? And they essentially said to me, well, there are two possibilities, hedging their bets. Either we will remember because this is the first major pandemic to have happened after the internet revolution. So we had access. All the people in the world who have access to the internet could follow, as I've said, the evolution of this pandemic in numbers from the beginning. So is the fact that we have had better information all the way through, does that mean that we will form a better memory of it, write a story for ourselves and remember it better? Or will we forget it, as we've forgotten most other pandemics? And if that's what happens, then that's also interesting, because it suggests there's something inherent to pandemics, which means that they are forgettable things for us, despite the devastation that they cause. So I think at this point in time that we're going to forget. And I think the first sign, for me, is that 1918, which enjoyed a revival of interest during COVID, is already once again being written out of history. So I'm just going to mention a couple of three books that I've read recently in which I was pretty shocked to notice this. And I'm only picking these three out, not to be nasty to the authors, but just because I happen to read them and to give them as an example. They're all wonderful books, by the way, in every other respect. The first one is Anthony Beevor's story of Russia between 1917 and 1921. So slap bang, embracing the pandemic period. I happen to know, because I made the calculations based on the best data available, that the death toll of the pandemic in Russia was roughly the same as the death toll of the Civil War, as best we can calculate that too, roughly 3 million each. And yet, in his book, the pandemic gets one mention. The other book I read recently was Lauren Elkin's magnificent portrait of the violence of the British Empire. It's called Legacy of Violence. She mentions in that book that the pandemic may have exacerbated war-related inflation in India. Well, the death toll from the Spanish flu in India was about 18 million, which is the death toll of the entire First World War. It had a massive impact on harvests, combined with the fact that the monsoon failed that year, and obviously therefore on food production. So I don't think it was an exacerbation, it may have been the main event. To give just one slightly different example, James Poskett's Global History of Science, also a very good book in every other way, but he talks about the scientific developments of the 20s and the 30s as if they were an outcome of the war and doesn't mention the pandemic at all. So what I think is extraordinary about the fact that we may, and I believe we will forget this pandemic, is that it isn't even over. By many measures, it isn't even over. Now, some people think it's healthy that we will forget, that we put the trauma behind us. You know, this is a sort of adaptive mechanism, people will tell you, to moving forward and putting the ruins of the past behind you. And then, of course, on the other hand, you have the public health experts who tear their hair out because we forget every time, and we go through this cycle of panic when it happens and complacency, once it's passed, and we don't prepare for the next one. And we know that the cycle of pandemics is accelerating. They're going to happen more frequently than they have in the past. So from their perspective, this is a very bad thing. It seems obvious to me that some kind of balance between these two things is required. In the middle are trapped the bereaved, the people who survived themselves or lost loved ones and can't forget and will live with those memories for the rest of their lives. But pandemics, relative to other disasters that happen to humans, do seem to be particularly badly served by memory, by the historical narrative that we all agree upon. And I think it's interesting to ask why that is. And that brings me back to my diagram, which I love. And I think that, death is not the only way that we can weigh up the importance of history, weigh one episode against another. But it is a useful way, it's one important way. And given the vast array of ways in which we can die, and did die in the 20th century, I think it's really striking that historians, and we saw it again this morning, concentrate on the small part of history, let me see if I can get my pointer to work again, on the small part of history that is the bit that we, or the small part of death that is the bit that we inflict on ourselves. And even smaller, ideology is what they really focus on. So if you think about it, medical history is a kind of generally considered a sort of small side specialty, kind of esoteric subject generally with respect to mainstream history. I think it's changing, but it's not yet considered mainstream history, and yet look at the impact of disease and healthcare on history in general over the 20th century. Why is that? I think it's because history is a story that we tell ourselves, any kind of history, and human beings like history where it's humans inflicting on each other, where there's human agency involved. And we still live with a kind of vestige of a medieval idea that pandemics are somehow acts of God. They're something we can't do anything about. They just come from outside. So what I think is going to be interesting to see is as that narrative can no longer hold water because we realize how we are contributing to the causes of pandemics through the way we farm industrially, through wildlife trade, through deforestation, through climate change. That narrative is going to have to change, and we're going to have to see that we play a role in the causes of pandemics. And as that happens, is that going to change the stories that we tell about them and change their memorability for us? I don't know, is the question. But I do note that when the ambassador said this morning, he talked about the sign where it says, "Here you are safe," coming out of Ukraine into Poland, "Here you are safe." This is something that you can't say with a pandemic. You're not safe anywhere in a pandemic. And many of these causes that are not humanity, that are not ideology, the same thing is true. So anyway, that is the thought, provocative I know, that I'd like to leave you on, which is that maybe we should have a discussion at least about the way that we treat the past and the weight that we give to different elements of that past, the way we write history. Thank you very much for listening so patiently and so long.
Thank you very much for the very interesting talk. I w tej chwili już przejdę do moich obowiązków.
And now let me move on to my obligations as the chairperson. So tomorrow we will have lectures in panel sessions in the Grand Hall of the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences, so Sławkowska Street number 17. I know everyone has an agenda in front of them, but just in case, the first session will be on climate, nature and men in the Anthropocene. The second session is entitled 150 Years of Modern Medicine, and there will be two more sessions on Thursday, Real and Virtual Reality, Artificial Intelligence, Pandemics versus Culture. So we'll talk about the issues we've touched upon today, but it will be more detailed. So let me invite you for tomorrow's sessions. See you in the evenings in the closed hall. So thank you very much indeed.